Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Thank you, members. We now move on to questions to the Minister for Communities. If I could advise the House that questions number 1 and number 12 have been withdrawn, and I call Mr Maurice Bradley.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, question 2.
Thanks very much, and just with your permission, I intend to answer questions 2 and 7 together. The unprecedented energy prices this year, and indeed last year, have meant that those who are already struggling financially are facing added pressures. I am aware that many individuals, and particularly those on low incomes, without additional support may struggle to heat their homes or pay their energy bills. That's why on the 13th of January this year, I announced that I have secured £55 million for an energy payment support scheme for individuals on low incomes who are struggling to meet the rising energy costs due to the global fuel crisis. This is a one-off payment of £200 being made automatically to around 280,000 eligible individuals in receipt of specified benefits without the need for an application. I also recognise that there was a need for a smaller complementary fund for people in very immediate crisis. People and families at risk of disconnection or would have had been disconnected, people who need immediate help delivered quickly. I was therefore delighted to announce on the 29th of December that my department would contribute £2 million to an emergency fuel payment scheme operated by Bryson. The scheme itself is a collaboration between the Utilities Regulator, the Consumer Council and a number of energy providers. And I would like to thank all of the organisations for their work and contributions to this scheme. The scheme will deliver targeted emergency support to those in a fuel crisis and who have temporary inability to meet their fuel costs. As of the close of play on the 14th of January, 2,358 applications have been made. 1,323 have been validated and eligible, and 1,098 have received their fuel payment. Bryson expects to process around 300 to 400 applications a day, although this will be subject to constant review.
If I could pause the Minister there, you'll be able to give the rest of the information in the supplementary. Mr Bradley for a supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for the comprehensive answer. So we'll hear the rest later, but thank you very much for that, Minister. Minister, it's my understanding that over 300,000 homes throughout Northern Ireland and only 300 applications per day. The frustrations experienced by people are trying to get onto the website and trying to get through by phone. Therefore, Minister, would it be apt for you to look at introducing a multi-agency task force to deal with this problem immediately and ongoing, as I think we're in for this for quite some time to come?
Well, of course, I look at the ongoing issues. I've met with a variety of organisations, and just developing a task force isn't going to deal with the immediate problem. On the one hand, we do have fuel poverty within our society, and we're looking at action plans and, of course, the housing revitalisation programme to start to address those longer-term systemic issues. But we're also in a global fuel crisis where we are at this point, and, of course, those other programmes will mitigate, but it won't overcome the issues that we're facing. So the bigger issue, the Bryson scheme was never intended. It was to target 20,000 individuals, and it was always to be additional to the £55 million scheme, which will target 280,000 individuals over the next period. We also paid out just to under 300,000 pensioners the winter fuel payment, and those payments indeed went out in November and December as well. And of course we have other supports through discretionary support, for example, in terms of those who find themselves in crisis. But we also need larger government's responses to this, and I know that the Finance Minister had wrote to the British Government on the removal of VAT in terms of energy bills, and again I have been pushing that we again push the British Government in terms of a response around that. I will be joining the Economy Minister, who has responsibility in terms of energy policy, and I know that he's gone out for consultation on this at the moment. We're going to the British-Irish Council meeting to look at the rising costs in energy on the 4th of February. So again, these specific asks around VAT and others, we will be making that at that meeting.
Ms Liz Kimmins.
Can I thank the Minister for such a comprehensive answer so far, and certainly with the unprecedented pressures from the spiralling fuel costs that we're all seeing, the schemes that she's mentioned are very, very welcome and very important in supporting and assisting people and families struggling at the minute with the cost of living crisis. Just on your last points, Minister, would you therefore agree with me then that this cost of living crisis that we're all witnessing and experiencing is so significant that it is at a level that we need to see urgent action by the British Government?
I think definitely. I mean, somebody's making profit out of these rising costs, and it's not people who are living here, but obviously people across the globe are struggling as a result of it. So that's why governments who have the necessary tax powers have to take further action. So, as I said, the Finance Minister has written to the British Government in terms of the VAT, which is one quick way that people would see an impact on their bills, and that would be all households that would pay bills as well. So, again, I would urge the British Government. I know that many organisations in England, Scotland and Wales as well have been calling for this action, and of course it was discussed at the executive meeting last week. And again, I would hope as a united executive we can continue to put that pressure on the British Government to act in this regard.
Mr Jim Allister.
Could the Minister clarify, if someone successfully applies to the emergency fund, are they then also eligible for the energy payment support scheme? And is there any household limit in respect of either scheme?
They can apply. If you're applying for the Bryson Scheme, you will still get the automatic payment, because the Bryson Scheme is to deal with an immediate potential threat of losing their fuel support or being cut off or disconnected. And obviously, as part of the process of applying for that, they do have to provide evidence. And I know Bryson have been working in terms of making that more understood in advance of someone making an application. So, of course, that system is being developed as the scheme begins to roll out. On the other hand, the other payments are those. My main function was to target those on the lowest incomes, and that would be those in receipt of means-tested benefits, and that's 281,000 individuals. So they will be the ones who will receive a direct payment without application of £200 that will be directly paid into their bank or post office account or whatever account they've highlighted in terms of receiving their benefits.
Mr Pat Cantney.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, would you accept the failure to communicate details of the £2 million emergency fuel scheme before its launch has resulted in widespread confusion and frustration?
Well, I do agree that there's been some media coverage that's led to an expectation or indeed a perception. Of course, there's learning in terms of front-loading the information even on the system. And I think the Department, in working with Bryson, has been quickly adapting to that. I think, you heard the head of Bryson on the radio, or some may have heard him this morning, just the unprecedented demand. A scheme that's targeting 20,000 people with a demand of over 280,000 trying to contact the scheme will never be fit for purpose in that way. So it was never intended to do that. That's why the larger fuel support scheme of £55 million is to try and get to as many households as possible. I did try to extend that scheme, for example, to look at issues of tax credits, but because that's a reserved matter, it has to be HMRC who advised when we requested that they make the payment. They said they couldn't make the payment, that they would need a change in primary legislation, and that would be done outside this financial year where the money needs to be spent.
Mr Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, and the Minister's highlighted and our colleagues highlighted the unprecedented scale of the cost of living crisis we're facing, and we're all of the mind that that will last for many years, unfortunately. Can the Minister outline what the Department's long-term strategy to dealing with this is? As such, has they given consideration to the introduction of the warm homes discount?
I think there's been ongoing. I mean, there's obviously the fuel poverty strategy in terms of warmer, healthier homes. We will be looking to upgrade the strategy, and that's one of the key areas that we'll be looking at over the next period. And as I said previously in this chamber, and I know the committee as well have heard it, that we want those to align to the Executive's energy strategy and the green growth strategy as well, in terms of looking at the holistic issues. Now, I know some of those have been produced, so my officials are engaging with officials in DAERA and economy to bring forward a scheme as well. And of course we're engaging with sectors. I've met a number of organisations. I know in terms of the immediate crisis we have received numerous correspondence from different organisations who want to help. So we're looking at this over the next period in terms of what we need to do. And of course the whole area around the housing revitalisation, that's going to be a fundamental piece as well to ensure that homes are fit for purpose, because there has been decades of underinvestment, for example, in housing executive stock where energy is just being released. So that whole system and fundamental approach in terms of looking at this. And of course we're continuing to engage the utilities regulator, the Consumer Council and others as we start to move forward in terms of those longer term systemic areas.
I appreciate the other members rising in their place, but we're 10 minutes into question time now, so I'm going to move on. Ms Joanne Bunting.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, question 3, please.
As with all departments, the resources available to the Department for Communities is extremely limited. I will continue to prioritise the resources that I do have towards protecting the most vulnerable and providing support to hard-pressed families, workers and their families. And so therefore I have no plans to introduce a grant scheme related to the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. However, community organisations may be able to apply the existing funding schemes for financial support towards programmes or activities. DFC provide funding to 11 councils for the Community Festivals Fund, and councils provide match funding and administer the scheme on behalf of the department. So organisations may be able to apply through that resource.
Ms Bunting.
Thanks, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister recognise that many far beyond unionism respect and admire Her Majesty and would participate in community celebrations? Does she see that this is an opportunity for community cohesion and actually would bring some light to a very terrible situation for those vulnerable people to whom she refers? Does she understand that this is international and historic and so is bigger than local government? And why will she not establish a fund?
There are many people here who see the British monarchy in a very respectful way and who actually support that. And of course it is a key occasion in terms of the Jubilee. As you say, it is of a much larger scale, and that's why the responsibility up until now has been with the British Government in terms of funding and resources that are put in place to mark these events. There are many events within our community and across society that we could be marking, and where, of course, requests come to my department to do that, I have to manage all of those with the budget that I have and with the need. I mean, we're talking about a fuel crisis, with pressure around homelessness services. We have pressures within our community and voluntary sector as well. And I have to prioritise where I put resources. I do put money out on an annual basis through the Community Festival Fund that go to local government. And that's how I would allocate money to mark events across the board. So money does go out, but it goes via local government as well. So there's no central fund to fund any of these programmes, whether it was a Jubilee or any other key event which may be important to sections of our community. And therefore then I would ask organisations to contact their local councils or indeed in terms of the British Government who have been running out programmes to mark this event.
Sir John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Minister. Can I preface my question by saying I respect the right of those who wish to celebrate the Jubilee celebrations later this year. And in response to Joanne's, I also respect the Queen. I think she's played a positive role in the peace process and reconciliation on the island of Ireland. However, you have just spent the start of question time outlining the problems and crises that are faced by many families across our entire society. So I would ask the Minister, is it not a priority to ensure that those who have least are given protection at this time, rather than using more funds? And I know Craigavon Council spending £250,000 on Jubilee celebrations. But to come to my point, Minister, is it not a priority at this stage to support those families most in need?
I think, of course, totally, the Queen has played a positive role and is a very important figure to a large section of our community here, and I have no doubt, funding or no funding, they're going to mark the occasion, they're going to celebrate the occasion across the board. My priority in terms of funding, and I have been consistent in this, is to protect the most vulnerable within our communities and to target it at that. That's not to say that events like this don't have a role, but I direct funding in terms of festivals or occasions to local councils. I do that for a number of programmes. I've been approached for a number of different significant events which sections of our community feel are important, and indeed they've been directed through the same process in terms of local government. The funding that I retain within the department is focused on protecting those services around fuel that we've been looking at, housing, looking at homelessness services, and looking at organisations that work with those who are really facing financial hardship at this time.
Mr. McAllister.
The Minister is styled as the Minister for Communities. Why is it that when it comes to issues as this, she can never face the plurality of that title and take off her Republican blinkers and recognise her duty for all communities is to fund matters such as this? This is a minister who squandered millions on golf clubs.
Well, I am Minister for Communities, and I know many people and have been to many communities that come from a unionist or indeed a British traditioner who have respect for the Queen as well. And their key issues at this point in time are dealing with the cost of living crisis, are looking at issues in education and health, and looking at homelessness. And of course, that's where I respond. I have delivered schemes right across the board and right across all communities. I've never looked at their background once, unlike some who ask questions on religious backgrounds. I deliver schemes across the board to those who need it most, and that's what I will continue to do in the time ahead. We are in a cost of living crisis. We've spoke about the fuel crisis. That's where my priority is at this moment in time.
Order. The Minister will be heard. The Minister, members have the right to ask questions, and the Minister has the right to expect to be heard. Mr. Patrick de Largy.
I was delighted to recently announce that my department will provide funding of £440,000 towards the Strathfoil Greenway project. My department has been investing in the urban Greenway network for several years, and supporting the Strathfoil Community Greenway is a natural extension of that work and further add to my department's excellent track record for developing these types of projects. The 2.7-kilometre extension of the popular waterside Greenway will link Strandtown Drive and Strathfoil to Derry City Centre and the wider Greenway network. It will also provide a commuting route to Foyle Port and Maiden. I can advise that the full funding package is now in place, and Derry and Strabane District Council will lead on delivering the Greenway in partnership with my department, DFI and DERA. This project is a great example of the partnership between various government departments, the local council and indeed local communities, and at present the procurement process is underway for the contractor, and it's anticipated that they will be appointed in February, with construction beginning in March of this year.
Mr. de Largy.
Thank the Minister for her answer and for her commitment to this project. It's fantastic to see this, not just in terms of health and well-being in Derry, but also in terms of connectivity, as the Minister's mentioned. So very pleased to see this. And again, obviously, as the Minister's already highlighted, the collaborative work between local government and the Assembly. Can I ask the Minister if there are any other similar projects in the Foyle constituency?
Yeah, well, of course, we've been doing a number of projects working within the North West as well. And of course, we're looking at areas such as Harbour Square Public Realm, the Inner Walled City realm, and as well as the Strabane Town Centre public realm. So there's a number of schemes and initiatives which are underway. There's a number of schemes planned. They're being looked at as well, and of course we're looking at larger schemes such as Fort George and other initiatives that were taken forward also.
Mr. Mark Durkin.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answer and in particular for her action. I was delighted to see her announcement of her approval of the final piece of the funding jigsaw for this project. It has been many years in gestation. Now we just have to put all those pieces together. This is, as others have said, a great example of cross-departmental collaboration and work with Council and the community. Can the Minister, I suppose, undertake to continue to work with other departments to ensure delivery for our rural communities?
I mean, there's been excellent work over the last 2 years in terms of conversations that I've had with DFI and DERA ministers. We have actually collaborated and put together money which is targeted at rural settlements and communities as well. And there's a few programmes in terms of COVID response that we have done. Obviously, this programme is an extended part of that partnership as well. And I want to continue to work with those two departments in particular, but indeed any department, in terms of looking at how we can share resources to really meet the needs of local communities. So I think the partnership has really been good, and I want to continue to see that develop in the time ahead.
Mr. Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, question 5.
The member will be aware that a judicial review has now been taken against the Department for Infrastructure's decision to grant planning permission. The Strathfoil business case of November 2019 identified increased cost estimates due to the delays to the planning approval, construction inflation and repeated design stages. This increased cost estimate will now need to take account of any delays as a result of the judicial review, and discussions have been taking place and will continue with the GAA in respect of all these and associated matters, including the appointment of any projected increased project costs. Currently, there is no proposed change to the £15 million contribution already committed to by the GAA.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, there is a growing perception in some soccer circles that I'm sure is misplaced that the delay of releasing funding under the sub-regional Stadia programme is linked to the ongoing Casement Park funding situation. Given that the Minister indicated last summer that release of the sub-regional funding was close, can't she give any reassurance of a timely sign-off in this mandate of this funding? Thank you.
Well, there's no connection between the two other than that they deliver sports for local communities. And I have a brother who's involved in soccer programmes, so I see it first-hand from the work that he does in Belfast that sport plays in terms of young people and particularly men as well within communities. And of course, in terms of the sub-regional stadia, there had to be a refresh exercise because when the initial proposal for this programme, it was over a decade out of date. And even the last consultation back in 2016 was almost 5 years out of date, nearly when I came into post. So I did need to do a refreshment exercise. We're looking at the analysis of that, particularly looking at the impact of the pandemic as well, because when I had started that exercise, it was before COVID had fully hit. And obviously the pandemic has had an impact not just on football, but across all of the sports as well. So I'm still considering that information, and I am hopeful that I can move as quickly as possible once I've done that.
Ms. Aisling Riley.
Minister, the redevelopment of Casement Park will be a significant investment and will provide a much-needed and economic cultural boost to West Belfast. And Minister, do you agree that that is exactly the type of tangible and transformative investment that the people want to see this executive delivering?
I think definitely. I mean, I played in Casement Park as a young camogue. I'm sure you did yourself as well. And to see the grounds sitting how they are at the moment, I mean, a decade of Gaels or a generation of Gaels have come up not having the experience, and indeed other sports as well. This, I suppose, development that we have seen, like other developments, be that over at Windsor or indeed at Kingspan as well, I mean, you can see the wider community benefits that it has. Obviously, the benefits for the sports concerned and the clubs at a grassroots level, right up to a more competitive level It obviously has benefits in terms of wider health and well-being, and of course in terms of the local economy, not just through the construction, but also businesses that are driving towards an area like this because of the footfall that will be seen. And of course we see our local transportation system be aligned to developments such as this. So Casement, when it is built, will have a definite positive benefit, not just for West Belfast or Belfast, but indeed across the north.
Mr Jonathan Buckley.
I agree with the member for North Down in his call for urgency in the delivery of the sub-regional stadium funding. There's no doubt that the hampering of funding is affecting the progression and modernisation of many local clubs. But in relation to Casement Park, the Minister will know, with costs spiralling for an eventual end project delivery, there is rightly a for increased funding from the GAA. So can I ask the Minister, does she agree with her stand-in and predecessor, Carol McCullum, when she said it was no longer tenable for the GAA to hold the position that there would be no increase of a funding allocation from the GAA?
Well, I think with all of these things, I'm going to continue to engage with the GAA in respect of a range of matters pertaining to the redevelopment of Casement Park, and I will continue to keep that under review.
Mr Chris Little.
Deputy Speaker, football clubs across Northern Ireland are delivering high-quality grassroots participation and performance football, including high-quality games screened live by international broadcasters to a worldwide audience, such as the fantastic game between Cliftonville and Glentoran last night. But they're doing so in decades-old facilities that have had no public investment. Can I ask the Minister if she can give this House assurances that sub-regional stadia funding that is so dearly needed is going to be released prior to the end of this mandate?
Well, the funding for the sub-regional is still there, and that will continue to be the case. I'm trying to work at pace in terms of looking at these issues, and of course football and the stadiums are playing a real contribution to local communities. Some of them are in a state of disrepair, and I think you see that when you visit some of these places. And I also recognise that the £36.2 million that's been allocated is not going to be anywhere near enough. And I have always spoke about the potential need of a stage 2, which would look at the other sports as well, because demand is coming, from rugby and from other sports, and indeed Gaelic games in terms of at a grassroots level also. So we're going to continue to keep that under review. I am trying to move at pace in terms of the refreshment exercise that was done, particularly taking into account the impacts of COVID and any new types of designs that may need to be looked at for stadia going forward. And I will continue to try and move that as quickly as I can. But the funding is still there. It is a commitment from the Executive, and it will be something that will be delivered.
Mr Pat Clantley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as we look at the Kilcoo, the Down football seniors that won that Ulster, this should be played in Belfast in the stadium as planned. Can you give an undertaking here, and the shortfall which has happened to the GAA and the big void that is there in senior games, to bring them back within where we are and back into that stadium in Belfast as quickly as possible?
Well, I think the redevelopment of Casement Park isn't just an executive priority, it is a priority, I think, across the board, and particularly for Gaels right across Ulster and beyond. And I get that through my engagements that I have with the GAA as well. I think I want to get it done as quickly as possible. Obviously, there are now legal proceedings, and we have to wait for the outworkings of those proceedings. That has had a knock-on effect in terms of completing the business case, because we need to have the planning and all of that to be finalised. So as soon as we know the direction of travel in terms of the legal process, then we will be moving at pace to get everything completed in order to get Casement Park built as soon as possible.
Ms Emma Sheeran.
The whole question 6, please.
In line with my announcement and ministerial statement of the 15th of December last year, over £2.1 million has been made available to help employing organisations to improve the terms and conditions of the voluntary and community sector posts, which are funded through my department. This is focused on the following areas: allocations to allow employing organisations to ensure alignment with the most recent rate of the real living wage of £9 per hour, a consolidated 2% increase in current level of support provided by the Department for salaried posts, which has been calculated after ensuring that the real living wage rate is increased or is met, and a 7% non-consolidated payment, which has been calculated following applications of steps, of the 2 steps above, and an increase also to support and allow for increases in employers' pension contributions from the Government's recommended level of 3% to 5%. In addition, effective from January of this year, the 1st of January, funded organisations will no longer be required to inform the Department of short-term sick absences up to 5 working days for their employees in posts supported by my department.
I apologise. Time's up. We move on now to topical questions, and the first member on the list is Dr. Steve Aiken.
Could I ask the Minister, and thank you very much indeed for her answers previously, reference the emergency fuel payments. Obviously, we've known for some considerable time that this is likely to come. Has the Minister idea of what the likely quantum is going through the rest of this year, and indeed increasingly as it looks like into 2023?
That analysis is being looked at the moment. Officials are looking at that. Obviously, we're continuing to engage with the utility regulator, who has given a forecast of how this is going to look over the next year, and it'll indeed get into 2023, as you say. We're waiting on that analysis being completed. We know even from the Bryson Scheme, we're obviously doing more analysis in terms of the types of people, what their backgrounds are in terms of the predicament that they find themselves in as well. So we're looking at all of these issues. I am hopeful to get a more clear picture that I want to present to that British Irish Council meeting on the 4th of February, so we can provide more detail as soon as that analysis is completed.
Dr. Aiken.
May I thank the Minister for her answer so far. The Minister alluded to conversations that the Minister for Finance and indeed the Minister for Economy, if I get her correct, were talking about VAT payments and reduction of VAT for 5%. Has the Minister had any conversations with the Treasury? Because, of course, the reduction of VAT payments of 5% across our nation, the United Kingdom, in England, Scotland and Wales of 5% can be achieved. But, of course, because of the protocol in Northern Ireland, it can't be because it's against state aid rules.
I think the Finance Minister has written to Treasury on that regard. I know that he has joined also his Scottish and Welsh counterparts in pushing the British Government to respond. And of course, this was discussed at the Executive briefly at its meeting last week. So again, we want to continue that engagement ongoing. There is the opportunity, as I say, in this dedicated discussion with the British Irish Council meeting, looking at energy costs. The Minister for the Economy is the main minister. I'm the accompanying minister to go along to that meeting. And of course, we're continuing to engage. Obviously, the Economy Minister has responsibility around energy, and indeed he's gone out on consultation looking at the strategy at the moment. So we're going to continue to keep this under review to see what other measures can be brought in to alleviate some of the stresses. Obviously, VAT is one quick way that could potentially be done, but we need to see the outcome of the Treasury response. I'm not aware of Treasury responding on the basis of the protocol. I haven't heard any indication around that, but we're continuing to respond, and I'm sure the Finance Minister will give an update because it's been him who has directly contacted Treasury.
Mr. Trevor Clark.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister has been already alluded to in terms of the pressures that many of our constituents are facing in relation to energy costs, and I accept that you did refer to Bryson's scheme, and indeed the other scheme that you announced last week. Of the Bryson scheme and indeed of the other scheme, how much of that money is actually out now and reached the ground of those people who actually require it?
In terms of the Bryson scheme, I don't have the exact figure in terms of the money, just the applications that we've paid out is 1,098. We've obviously given approval for 1,323. So I'll get you the exact financial figure of how much has been paid out. I don't have it in front of me. In terms of the larger scheme, the 55 million, that was just obviously announced by the Executive last week, so I couldn't progress that scheme until I got the approval from the Executive to do that. We're obviously engaging with the Department of Work and Pensions to look at how quickly we can make those payments, and once I have a date for payments to be made, I will indeed be letting the committee and indeed this chamber know. But I'm trying to get that out as soon as possible.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I'm sure, Minister, you'll appreciate that very many of these people are in a very needy position, and indeed we're in the period of, I suppose, the winter as we are as it stands, whilst mild that it may be this week. However, many of these people are very needy and are expecting this money probably soon. But what would the Minister say in relation to the difficulties people have in relation to accessing the Bryson Scheme? And what would you also say to the working poor, the people who actually will not qualify for this payment, even to those people who are actually equally finding it difficult as those who are relying on benefits?
I suppose on the one hand, in terms of the £55 million scheme, I mean, I had this proposal initially in last year. Unfortunately, it didn't get on the executive agenda until last week, so there was an automatic delay there in terms of progressing it. But that's for others to answer in terms of it not making it onto the executive table. The other areas in terms of the Bryson scheme, I mean, I covered some of this earlier. This is additional to that £200 direct payment scheme, which will go to 281,000 individuals. It was never meant, I mean, this was never going to be a large-scale scheme. It was to be additional on top of other supports that were there to try and reach out to those who wouldn't get the direct payment, because I do recognise, in terms of the title of the working poor, those who actually may fall below the poverty line, but of course they're not on a means-tested benefit. I did try to look, as I said earlier, in terms of tax credits. We know there's around 50,000 people here in receipt of tax credits, but unfortunately, because that's a reserved matter, HMRC, we offered that we would extend the payment and give the money to HMRC to make that payment of £200 to those on tax credits. We were told that they weren't able to do that. It would need primary legislation and that the payments couldn't be done. Some of the difficulty in terms of the department then doing it is we don't hold the payment data. We asked for the payment data if there was a way that we could extend. And again, because of data sharing, it needs primary legislation. So none of that could be done in time. Now, obviously, we need to look at that in the longer term, that we don't end up potentially in this predicament again. But because they are reserved powers under tax, then I have no legal control over them. I have no way to pay them. Now, the Bryson scheme we're keeping under constant review in terms of trying to get the support out there. Is there a need to ramp up? Can we look at other ways of extending the criteria of the scheme? The difficulty will then be trying to get the data in order to make the payments, but we are looking at that at the moment. Happy to have officials engage. I know they've met, and I know Bryson themselves have met a number of MLAs looking at these issues. But any scheme of scale, I mean, we have targeted means-tested benefits at this point.
Ms. Cara Hunter.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her detailed answers so far. Minister, in my constituency of East Derry and across the north, we're facing a real issue with a rental crisis. Many families are being made to move out of homes that they've lived in for years, and they're met with a market that has been inflated beyond belief, and where rentals are available, they're at extortionate prices. So can I ask the Minister today for an update on what her department is doing to introduce a rent cap here in the north? Thank you.
Well, you'll know firstly that there's the private rented sector legislation that's progressing at the moment. That obviously deals with some areas around rent, in that there can't be an increase more than once a year, and there has to be the notification around that. There's more work done in terms of looking at what powers there are here in terms of a rental cap that couldn't be done in time of the legislation. And indeed, to try and get legislation through quickly, that would never have been done. So obviously an assessment of that is being looked at the moment. I mean, in one of my visits in and around Portrush towards the end of last year, I had a discussion with the local chief executive of the council there looking at these issues. And of course, obviously, we want to engage proactively around local development plans, around the plan and function, importantly around the housing supply strategy, which is out for consultation at the moment, to look at what additional measures we can look like. I know there's many seaside towns across these islands, and particularly when you look at your holidays and stuff here, that's increasing the pressure. So we're continuing to look at other measures, but there will be a private rented sector bill in the next mandate of the Assembly, and I am hopeful that that will include looking at the issue of rent caps.
Ms Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer. And I welcome that there is an introduction of a limit that landlords can only raise rent once a year. But can the Minister assure my constituents that she will do all she can in her power in this mandate to create or contribute to appropriate legislation that will cap the amount that landlords can raise these rental costs to? Thank you.
Well, we're proactively looking at that. I would be lying to you if I said that could be done in this mandate, because physically, legally, it can't. And more analysis needs to be done, and that's what we're proactively doing at the moment. So we're looking to see what type of legislation can be crafted to look at rent caps. Obviously, all members of this Assembly will be keen to scrutinise and to look at that legislation, and rightly so. So my officials are currently looking at this at the moment and trying to benchmark in other jurisdictions as well. But it is something that I'm keen to see in a private rented sector bill in the new mandate to be brought forward.
Aisling Riley.
The Minister has spoken about and mentioned several times about the £55 million scheme that she announced to help the most vulnerable cope with the spiralling cost of energy. Minister, can you provide an update on the rollout of this welcome and huge initiative?
Yeah, well, as we said earlier, it was £55 million, thankfully, that all of the executive signed off on last week. That will see £200 payments directly paid into people's bank accounts or post office accounts for over 280,000 people. That will include those on means-tested benefits in terms of the lowest income families within our communities, and that is those in receipt of pension credit, universal credit, income-related employment support allowance, income-related job seekers allowance and income support.
Ms Riley.
Thank you for that update, and also for your leadership in tackling the cost of living crisis which thousands of families are facing this winter. And your intervention is hugely welcomed and is night and day to the indifference of the Tory millionaires in London. So given Westminster policies such as Brexit, years of austerity cuts which have contributed to this crisis, do you agree that the British Government must also act to take the pressure of hard-pressed families and workers on low incomes?
I think definitely in terms of the powers they have, and particularly the reserved powers that I spoke about earlier in terms of tax credits and others, looking at the issue of VAT. And I know the Executive in its discussion last week wants to continue to push the British Government on these measures, and indeed myself and Gordon Lyons, as I said, will be going to that meeting of the British Irish Council on the 4th of February to discuss these issues.
Mr Andy Allen.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, from the briefing the Department for Communities Committee received from your officials, they indicated that the funding, the £2 million funding for the Bryson Charitable Group scheme, came from departmental easements. Can you give more detail on what those easements were?
I don't have those at hand, Andy, but I can formally communicate that with you in terms of easements that have come up. I know in terms of the money that I wanted to put to the scheme, I wanted to make sure that that was going directly into people's pockets. Thankfully, working with the Utilities Regulator and the Consumer Council, and indeed with some of the utility companies themselves, they were able to find the money to support Bryson in terms of the implementation of the scheme, which means the £2 million that I'm putting in will go directly to families. But I'll get you the specific detail.
Mr Allen for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, during that same briefing, your officials confirmed to the committee that no consideration had been given to additional funding for the 3-year budget period. Therefore, we had talked about ongoing support and the need for that through the remainder of further years. Can you advise how the department is going to achieve that with no additional funding?
Well, I think the budget overall is a difficult budget in terms of what we get through the Barnett formula in terms of the block grant. Obviously, in terms of a prioritisation of health as well, that does present challenges. I suppose for me, in looking at the budget at the moment, my approach will be to protect the most vulnerable within our communities, to ensure that services that meet the needs or target those individuals and communities the most is what I want to prioritise going forward. So I'm obviously looking at that at the moment. I know the committee has had briefings in terms of the funding cycles, and I will be looking at that. And of course I will continue to make bids and monitoring rounds that will continue throughout the next period. And I'm hopeful that whoever takes this role in May will continue to do the same as well.
Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. I welcome the launch of the Social Housing Supply Strategy Consultation, in which, and I quote the departmental press release, the Minister outlines her plans to deliver over 100,000 homes over 15 years. Could the Minister provide a breakdown of the 100,000 homes that she hopes to provide?
Well, I think the member will know in terms of the strategy. What I'm saying is that if the processes are put in place in terms of the mechanisms for the development of homes, then we can be ambitious and deliver over 100,000 homes. I know that there's a section within that will be social housing development programme, and of course over the last year I have increased the budget, thankfully, in terms of that programme itself. There's a number of other analyses that need to be done in terms of providing more detailed information as to where those homes will be. Not all of them will be within the social rented sector. It will be made up of our whole housing system and stock in the time ahead. So once that analysis is done, I can give more specific information in terms of a breakdown. I think the strategy is important, and I think it was important to put a figure in it. We could have had a thing of not putting any figure in, but I think we do need to be ambitious. We need to be giving people a figure of what we can be doing, and of course then I will be continuing to work with infrastructure and others to look at the issues of connection of critical infrastructure that we need in terms of house building going forward.
I'm afraid time is up. If members will take their ease for a change at the top table, the next item on the agenda is returned to the Integrated Education Bill debate. Members just take their ease for a few moments. Thank you.
Okay, members, will resume the sitting. I call the sponsor of the bill, Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand to speak on Group 2 amendments that have been brought forward to the bill, which concentrate on advice, guidance and support. Mr. Speaker, throughout this process, I have said that I was listening and happy to take account of Minister and members' suggestions for improvement. I have considered the amendments brought forward in this group and can confirm that I will be supporting the Minister's amended Clause 3. I did meet with her officials last Friday and had explained that explicitly to them on Friday. So that is, I will be supporting Amendment 10 and Amendment 12. That will have effect as we received out the consequential amendment. So my Clause 11 then, I'm assuming then, will not be taken forward. I am very pleased that the Minister has placed the onus on the Department rather than education bodies to consult with anybody appearing to the Department to have as an objective the encouragement or promotion of integrated education. I didn't have sight of the Minister or the Department's amendments in advance of the deadline, so it was last week, last Friday was the first I could review those. It's unfortunate we didn't get an opportunity to talk together about what I was proposing and what the Minister is bringing forward, because I'm sure we could have actually got something together. We would have been in agreement, but I can confirm I will be supporting the Minister's new Clause 3. With respect to Amendment 22, which is being brought forward by Mr McCrossan, I have had conversations with him and the rest of his party. The current system considers a limited number of items when deciding if a school's development proposal is to be approved. I don't agree with Mr McCrossan's amendment, but in good faith I have discussed this with him and I have told him that I'm happy to work with him to come up with a more considered amendment at further consideration stage. And any member can attest to the fact that when I said I would meet with them and when I said I would listen and when I said I would bring forward amendments, I have done so throughout this process. Later we will discuss the amendments to Clause 7 that provides a wider consultation across the education landscape and includes the community. It's this type of expanded, holistic co-production approach that we need to ensure we can address parental preference. In this grouping, Group 2, there are a number of amendments that change the word promote to support. Promote is a feature of the independent review of integrated education, the integrated education movement, and was supported by both my bill consultation and the Committee for Education's consultation. However, having met with the Education Committee, through their committee stage, it was clear the committee were not happy with the word promote. I came up with the term support. I brought that to the committee and the committee had an opportunity to comment on that. I didn't have to take my amendments to the committee, but I did. I also asked the committee if there was any alternative that I would certainly consider bringing that forward. When that didn't appear, I brought forward the amendment to change promote to support, and it happens on a number of the amendments going through the bill because it runs throughout the bill. I clarified the change from promote to support with the integrated education movement. They were content to change to the word support, and to be honest, it's something that they have held very dear for years. But they were happy to move with that in order to meet the committee's requirements. Mr Speaker, the reason why I need Clause 4 in the bill, and I will be asking others to support my Clause 4, is because encourage and facilitate has been a duty for many years within the education system, but we haven't seen enough movement for integrated education during that time. I changed the word promote for the committee. Encourage and facilitate has only achieved 10% of pupils being able to access integrated education. Reports, recommendations, many papers have asked for more than encourage and facilitate. The Minister's amendment sadly does no more than maintain the status quo. The movement, parents and a wide aspect of the community want more. My Clause 5 provides this. If everyone in this House respects parental preference, they have the opportunity to show this by supporting my clauses. And I'll go back to what the Minister talked about earlier, where she said, and I recognise what she has said about if you take away from one sector, then you harm, or if you give to one sector, you take away from another. However, that's what it's like to be in integrated education. When a child or a family cannot access integrated education because there are no places available to them, where do they go? They go to another sector. So, the controlled and maintained sector have for years benefited from the fact that integrated education has been kept very small. Where the Minister says meeting parental preferences takes away from other schools, that is already happening. It highlights how the growing parental preference is not being met, as the Minister is, to be honest, seeking to protect other sectors. That is a hierarchy. That is why I'm bringing forward this integrated education bill. Sorry, yes, sir.
The member talks about people being kept away and unable to obtain integrated education. Can you just remind the House, is it easier in terms of pupil requirement numbers to form an integrated school than to form a controlled or maintained?
I don't think it is any easier. In fact, what it does require for parents that want to set up a new school, and it's actually happening at the moment within the Mid-Down area, is that parents have to do this with, hopefully, help from the Integrated Education Fund. There is no help, Mr Speaker, from the department to set up a new school in order to meet demand. Now, it has changed, I have to admit, in recent years that there is a little bit more help, but in the past we have had it where parents have had to remortgage houses in order to set up those schools. There is a bit of help now coming forward for the Mid-Down, although we've seen that an education body has actually said that there's no need for it, even though Mid-Down will address the fact that Lagan College is unable to host up to 200 pupils who want to go to integrated education, but there are no places for. To be honest, I have to say what has shone a light to me throughout all of this process is the fact that others who support maintained, controlled or Irish medium schools, but particularly maintained and controlled, may now have an insight into what it feels like to be involved with integrated education. It is very hard whenever families, and there have been, as we all know, repeated references in Lucid Talk and other polling that has been done that parents would prefer to have integrated education in Northern Ireland. 71%, I believe, was the last poll that was published in December in the newsletter in The Guardian. So 71% of parents want it, but only 10% of children of the whole school body are able to access integrated education. I don't think that we are the massive sector in education. We are the poor relative. We have had to look elsewhere for funding to support integrated education, and one of those, thankfully, has been Fresh Start. The Minister also made comment about how the groupings were decided. I have no control over that. That's something that happens outside of a bill sponsor's capabilities. That's nothing to do with me. That's for the House. That's done by the professionals in our bills office, so I have to say I can't really comment too much further on that. Just looking through where other speakers, I'm not going to summarise everyone's pieces today. I'll concentrate on where someone has asked for clarification or will give clarification. Mr Newton, just for clarity, CSSC is a wonderful body, Controlled Sector Schools Council, but as much as I'm sure they would love to be, they're not an education body, they're a sectoral body. Education bodies are set down in law, and in fact the Minister's Amendment 70, which we'll come to much later, confirms who the education bodies will be in respect of this Act. So just to say, CSSC is a very well respected sectoral body, not an education body. I haven't decided that, that's in law. Let me see where else. Mrs Dodds talked about the education budget. Can I just be clear, and from my point of view, the best way that we can meet the pressures on education, on the education budget, is to have a single education system. The cost of providing separate sectors is what's causing much of the hemorrhaging, I feel, of money in the education. It has been highlighted for years as the best way to achieve better education and have budget efficiency. This is why the independent review of education was agreed by all parties. And before people come at me and say, well then why are you bringing this bill forward? We don't have a single education system today. We're not going to have it tomorrow. We're not going to have it next year. It's unlikely we're going to see it in this budget period, which is 3 years. So in that time, I'm not content to sit to have integrated education. I will do.
Would the member I don't know, want to take the opportunity to put on record in terms of the Alliance Party's submission that they will make to the independent review, that they also make a commitment towards working towards a single education system deliberately over this next mandate?
Absolutely. But in the meantime, I'm going to protect integrated education as far as I can. Just in a moment, I just wanted to clarify as well, during her contribution earlier, which was very welcome, she said that NICE's budget was over 600 million. It's 600,000. Yes. Yeah, they wish they were getting 600. I think education would wish it had an additional 600 million, but I'll give way to the member.
Thank you. I think the member understands that the record will be corrected in respect of that. The member talks about a single education system, and of course that has been the long-term goal of my party when no others in this Assembly actually wanted to do that. But as the member says, we are where we are. So is the member then content to preside over a bill that would see one sector elevated, both in terms of the legislative duty on the minister and, of course, the ongoing ramifications from that legislative duty over other sectors?
Thank the member for her contribution. Given the fact that the Education Authority and CCMS are planning authorities, and integrated education and Irish medium don't actually have a planning authority, then I would say that what this bill does is look towards equity. And we all know that that's separate to equality, where if you need to help a sector or people to actually be equal, then you need to have an equitable basis to do that. So that's where I'm coming from. And Mr Harvey actually compounded my fears on this during his contribution when he said that the two main sectors, and he talked about the two main sectors, are the controlled and maintained sectors. I thought we had 4 education sectors and they were all equal, but calling two main sectors betrays exactly the approach that has been taken by some, that integrated education is somehow less, and in Mr Harvey's own words, less than the two main sectors. Mr Weir has said that more given to the integrated education sector has been happening than any other sector, that encourage and facilitate has been a duty for integrated education in Irish medium for years. If being assisted has created these huge education sectors, why are they not, in Mr Harvey's words, the two main sectors? And indeed, I would just draw members to a 9.3e in the bill that confirms that the biennial reporting will be looking for a decrease a decrease for integrated education as much it will be looking for an increase in the want for integrated education. So I'm being realistic throughout this bill. I met, and just following on, Mr Stalford then talked about what was happening within this bill. I met the committee. I met with the committee that has 3 members of his party on the Education Committee. I brought forward the change from promote to support to the committee. The committee had the opportunity to take forward any amendments it wished, and it has brought forward amendments, and thank you very much for those, because I do think they add to the bill. But none of those members have brought forward amendments, or the committee didn't bring forward amendments on that. Just to be very clear, Justice Tracy did say integrated education is a stand-alone concept. If you want to be called integrated, then you must go through a process, and that process is not being changed by this bill. Not just at the moment. And just to say as well, where it was brought up that there appears to be some sort of conflict between what I'm trying to do with this bill and churches, that's not the case, because I am not doing anything to harm or to take away religious education within schools. Indeed, Bishop Eamon Martin said at the interdenominational church that there was a bit of concern about. He said, "I have to face the difficult truth. that perhaps we in the churches could have done more to deepen our understanding of each other and bring healing and peace to our divided and wounded communities. I believe that is something that we all want. Mr. Speaker, I have explained what I have meant by the term support with respect to this bill within clauses 4 and 5. It will be up to members now whether or not they support that, but I cannot support the Minister's amendments because I believe it waters down the intention of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister for Education to wind. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I suppose before I commence a further appeal for sense to prevail, I do want to raise just a couple of issues with regards to comments that were made during members' contributions. In particular, the member for East Belfast, the chair of the Education Committee, made reference to JRs to overturn DP decisions, and in particular he referenced Strangford College JR. And it's my understanding that when the pre-action letter was received in the department, the Minister at that time, my colleague Peter Weir, became aware of preferences that were not available at the time he took his first decision. And so the decision was retaken and the proposal was subsequently approved. And it sort of goes really further to that point with regards to JRs of decisions. In yesterday's debate, the proposer of the bill did say that any decision can be challenged, and I suppose really what we're looking at here, and as a consequence of some of the amendments and the clauses which are being proposed, really what we are doing is we're increasing and knowingly increasing the risk for JRs to be taken against decisions.
Thank you very much, Minister. I appreciate you giving way to me. I'm sorry, but I don't live by the fear of judicial reviews. I live by putting forward legislation that will help the integrated education movement. To be honest, Minister, let's move past this. We need to move on now. We're into the Group 2 amendments.
Well, clearly, actually, the member hasn't understood that the chair of the committee raised this issue in relation to JRs earlier in the contribution on this particular group. But I suppose what she does do is actually reinforce the point that she doesn't really care what challenges come about from any other sector, as long as then it's not in relation to the integrated sector. And a further point too, which the chair had made, was in respect of this consistent. Just on this, just let me continue. With regards to, he made the point that there's this consistent tactic which is being put by the members in these benches in relation to non-engagement, and that in itself is underhand. The fact does remain that the consultation was carried out in 2016, and as I was the chair of the Education Committee at one point, as Mr Little is now the chair of the Education Committee now, if a minister were to bring forward a piece of legislation based on a consultation which has taken place in 2016, it would be criticised, and rightly so. And it is absolutely right and proper that we do consistently raise this as a point, and it's a valid point, because there's quite considerable progress, as the member even in her last comments has made, that there has been progress since 2016, in particular with regards to engagement with the integrated sector and NICE.
Minister, I appreciate that this is a matter that keeps on coming back. I did provide to the Education Committee a copy of the letter from our Speaker, Mr Speaker, confirming that the consultation was okay and I could move forward with the bill. You can beat me up all day, every day about the consultation process. The Education Committee completed a substantial amount of months and amount of meetings that they had through this process. And through that process, and having read the Education Committee report, I don't see many of these issues that are being brought up in that report.
Speaker, while I respect the comments which the member has made, particularly with regards to the consultation which a committee will carry out, but given the scale of this particular piece of legislation and the impact that it will have far-reaching across this department, it is only right and proper that there should have been a much more relevant and up-to-date piece of consultation which should have included schools, and that, up until this point that has not happened. However, I also just want to refer back actually to the bill sponsor's engagement. I understand that the bill sponsor wrote to the previous Minister, Peter Weir, back in March 2020, advising of an intention to bring forward the private member's bill. Subsequently, officials were met in September 2020 to discuss the possibility of an integrated education bill in the context of a private member's bill. Officials at that point and subsequently requested sight of the draft bill. This request was turned down by the bill sponsor. So she refused to engage with the department in advance of this being tabled in June 2021. Now, I understand that the Speaker may be considering looking at how private members' bills are addressed in this House, but I do think that it is important that, given the type of private members' bill that this is, that should be given greater consideration in advance of a private members' bill being given the opportunity to be presented in this House. Furthermore, the bill sponsor has also made criticism of the fact that I did not engage with her with regards to the amendments which were tabled. She may or may not be aware, it certainly was when I met her in the middle of December, I did explain to her that at that point I had not had the engagement of OLC in order to be able to draft amendments. So it was impossible for me to have a conversation with her in relation to the content of those amendments. In fact, she may not be aware of the fact that because this was a private members' bill, that as a department we had to request from the Executive Office permission to be able to engage OLC, who are and have great professionalism and integrity in relation to drafting. This permission was not granted by the First and Deputy First Minister until the 21st of December. I did not see my amendments as tabled until last Tuesday in their fullness. So it would have been impossible to have those conversations. So I really just want the House to be aware of the fact that I was working under extremely tight timescale in order to be able to deliver amendments.
Minister for giving way and noting the tight time frame that the Minister has been working under in relation to her own amendments. In relation then, Minister, to clause 5A, would you then consider amendments to 5A at further consideration stage to allow for additional safeguards to be built in for the integrated sector? Indeed, this could be something that could also be considered by the Education Committee.
I hope to be able to move 5A in Group 3, and at that point certainly I would appreciate any support that is given to the passage of 5A for it then to be considered again at further consideration stage. So I would make that appeal and will do so again at the Group 3 stage. So just to move back then to the substantive part of my wind, this is
very much indeed. I had asked previously there. You referred to the two issues in terms of consultation and judicial review. I'm reluctant to get drawn into a red herring in relation to consultation. In terms of judicial review, obviously no government department should wish to have to discharge multiple judicial reviews, and I'm loath to centre on one particular school, but I distinctively remember raising, albeit with the previous Education Minister, Peter Weir, was he concerned about the prospect for judicial review in relation to his original decision in relation to Strathfoil College? And the response I received at that time was, we deal with judicial reviews all the time.
I thank the member for his perspective on this, but my understanding is that the decision was changed because additional information which he hadn't been aware of at that particular time then came to his attention, and as a consequence of that he was able to revisit the original decision and approve the proposal. But moving on, obviously this point of the debate does illustrate how complex it is in making very clear and coherent and comprehensive legislation which works in its entirety alongside existing law, and which is as good as a product as possible we can get within the context of how this bill has been brought forward. I will remind you that the vote in relation to Amendment 23 will not take place until after Group 3 debate. It is, however, inextricably linked to the vote after this Group 2 debate on whether clauses 4 and 5 of the bill either is introduced or with amendments do or do not stand part of the bill. I can't emphasise enough the responsibility on all of us to give this really serious consideration when voting at this juncture. The decision that you make as members of this Legislative Assembly at this point will be critical in determining whether we produce a piece of legislation that's clear in purpose and intention and that can be workable for the good of all our children and our young people. Clause 5A, just to remind you, is the clause which has been drafted which provides for parental preference to be ascertained to inform the strategic planning of education provision without creating any hierarchy or presumption around any sector over another. Such parental preference is not based on the schools that currently exist, but allows the Education Authority to ascertain what type of schools parents actually wish to be able to access for their children's education. I will be opposing that both Clause 4 and Clause 5 is introduced, or with the amendments tabled in relation to its stand part of the bill, and I would urge you all to do the same. It's my intention then to move Amendment 23 in Group 3 to bring in a new Clause 5A. 5A would sit alongside, rather than contradict, the existing legislative power, which provides a legal basis for the Education Authority to plan efficiently, to provide sufficient places to meet parental and community needs. That's why the duty is placed on the Education Authority. That duty would explicitly require the Education Authority to ascertain that this provision in relation to parental preference works within the bill and with other legislation. In relation to Clause 4 and 5, I urge you to put your faith in the drafting of OLC, again with their professionalism and their impartiality. And this will deliver the voice of parental preference and vote to oppose that both 4 and 5 stand part of the bill. In relation to Amendments 31, 36, 39 and 48, I reiterate that changing the word promote to the word support throughout the bill has no material impact. And the point that I made in relation to this being a cosmetic exercise in semantics absolutely stands. In terms of legal application, it is the definition at Clause 5 which dictates what that means, and even with amendments to that clause, there does create a risk and a cost through sufficient places, future demand, treating integrated schools so differently, whilst having to pay for this out of the same finite budget, a budget which has to cover quality education for all our children. In relation to Clause 11, I urge you not to vote for Amendment 59. This is unnecessary bureaucracy and a burden merely for the optics. Laying routine guidance before the Assembly is not necessary and will not benefit our children. I urge you to support Amendment 60, which helps clarify who guidance would be provided for and supports a proportionate and workable approach. Our best means of ending up with a workable piece of legislation is by supporting the amendments throughout the bill which I have tabled. If we have access to expert draftsmen, then why do we not then utilise them? And again, that would be shameful if that were not to be the case. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The amendments tabled in my role as a member of as a Minister of Education have been drafted by OLC to make this bill work within the current education primary legislation. These are not my party's amendments. If this Assembly passes the bill without the amendments drafted by the professionalism and objectivity of OLC, then the Department of Education will require a huge uplift in budget, which the Finance Minister would have to find, or my department will risk breaching other statutory duties and children will be adversely affected as area planning will grind to a halt. Mr. Speaker, I urge the members not to miss this opportunity and to pass the amendments which I have tabled.
I thank the Minister. And moving on to the vote. The amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 9, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. The Contrary, no. The amendment is carried. Amendment 11. No, yeah. I will not call Amendment 11 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 10, which has been made. Amendment 12 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 10, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Amendment is carried. The amendment is carried. Option O. Amendment 13 will not called. I will not call Amendment 13 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 12, which has been made. I will not call Amendment 14 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 12, which has been made. Moving on. And I will not call Amendment 15 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 12, which has been made. Moving on to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. And the vote is that Clause 3, as amended, is carried. It stands part of the bill. Amendment 16 has already been debated, and I call Ms Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 16.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 18, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 16 be carried. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. House will divide. The vote will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Before I put the question, I would remind those present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. But the question is that Amendment 16 is made. Those in favour? Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Members, the tellers for the ayes are Paula Bradshaw and John Blair. Tellers for the noes, Leanne Dodds and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members, let's resume our seats, please. Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Amendment 17 has already been debated, and I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 17.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 4, page 2, line 22, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The motion is carried. Amendment 18 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 18.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 4, page 2, line 23, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, the House will divide the order. I have been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are John Blair and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the member and the Minister's opposition to Clause 4, stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 4, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Okay, members. Again, I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with the Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the ayes, Paula Bradshaw and John Blair. Tellers for the noes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members can resume your seats, please. Clerk, please read the result.
57 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause stands part of the bill.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Amendment 19 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 5, page 2, line 25, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, we have agreement to move straight to the division. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are John Blair and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. See the lobby. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure doors, please. Okay, members, order, please. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Motion is carried. Thank you. And Amendment 20 has already been debated. I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 20.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 5, page 2, line 26, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. Question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, members. Well, as you know, we have agreement to move straight to the division. Do we have tellers? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Paula Bradshaw and John Blair. Tellers for the noes are Diane Dodds and Harry Harvey. Clear lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Motion carried. Thank you. Unfasten the doors, please. Amendment 21 has already been debated. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to move formally Amendment 21.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 5, page 2, line 29. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, surprise, surprise. But we have agreement to move straight to the division. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, John Blair and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the no, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure doors, please. Okay, Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
Amendment is carried. Thank you. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 22.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 5, page 2, line 30. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, we have agreement to move straight to division. Do we have tellers? Okay, members? Order, members. Members, I propose to... Okay, members? That includes yourself, Daniel, and Pat Sheehan. Members, we're going to take Amendment 22 again. It has already been debated, and I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 22. Amendment proposed to Clause 5, page 2, line 30, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Do the ayes have it? The ayes have it. Thank you. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the question. We have debated the member and the minister's opposition to Clause 5 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 5, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. We have agreement. We have agreement to move straight to the division. Do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Okay, members. All members. All members. Mr. McCrossan, once again. Joanne Bunting, yet again. Tellers for the ayes are Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for noes, Diane Dodds and Harry Harvey. Clear lobbies, semi will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause stands part of the bill.
Motion is carried. Thank you. And members, we propose now to suspend the sitting to 5:30 to allow members for a comfort break. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, the sitting is resumed. We now come to the third group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 23, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 27 to 30, 32 to 35, 37, 38, 40 to 45, and opposition to clauses 6, 7, 8 and 9 stand part. Within this group, Amendment 28 is consequential to Amendment 27. Amendment 29 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 27 and to Clause 7 standing part. Amendments 37 to 38 and 40 to 41 are mutually exclusive to Amendment 35, and Amendment 45 is mutually exclusive to Clause 9 standing part of the bill. And after all that detail, I now call the Minister of Education to move Amendment 23 and to address the other amendments in the group. Please, Minister.
In this, our third group, Strategy, Implementation and Reporting, we have the opportunity to provide a new clause for parental preference. We will debate the very problematic as introduced Clause 7, and we shall determine whether the departmental strategy at Clause 8 and associated reporting around this at Clause 9 are targeted for the benefit of children, or as introduced, focused on activity that perhaps may distract from the benefits that could otherwise have been delivered for children. And this will be determined by the choices we make at this point in the debate. I've set out very clearly in the group.
Minister, can you confirm if you're actively moving Amendment 23? Moved. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Right. I set out very clearly in the Group 2 debate what Amendment 23 will achieve in introducing Clause A to replace Clauses 4 and 5 of the bill. I trust you will, after this Group 3 debate, vote for Clause 5A to stand part of the bill, and you will therefore see the explicit requirement for parental preference to be ascertained by the Education Authority on the basis of primary legislation. I think we'll see for the time and effort they've put into drafting a provision that I believe could meet intended intentions, as we've previously discussed in relation to Clauses 4 and 5. It also works within the complexities of existing education legislation, which of course is never an easy task. Clause 7 of the bill, as introduced, was one about which there was widespread concern, both across the floor of this House and across the education sector. I recognise that the bill's sponsor's replacement for Clause 7, as set out in Amendment 27, does go some way in providing a definition to clarify what is meant by new school. However, even as amended, this clause still carries significant flaws. Education bodies, as defined in Clause 13 of the bill as introduced, do not plan for the establishment of a new school. At what point really does SAFE, for example, have ever been involved in that process? Legally, it is the Education Authority that plans for controlled schools and has overall responsibility to act as a planning authority. Currently, parents and the community have the power to say, I want an integrated school, and indeed the power to bring forward proposals for a new integrated school rests firmly with the parents and community. CCMS has a role in the maintained sector, but in strict legal terms, area planning operates under the provisions in the 1986 order. These govern the efficient and sufficient provision of schools and to meet the needs of the community. Legally, that duty sits with the Education Authority. There's therefore no benefit to be achieved by the approach taken throughout the bill to place spurious duties on a range of education bodies that they simply will not be able to deliver and which are inconsistent with the wider legal landscape. The wording in the bill as amended has the potential to require every education body to consult at unspecified times, therefore arguably at every single stage when a school is being considered. Every consultation from every body requires a report to be published. Every report has further statutory requirements under subsection 4. All of this is in addition to existing statutory consultations both pre and post publication of any proposals. And to what end? Amendment 28 is not necessary, as transformation involves existing schools changing their status to integrated, and this process is well defined and only relates to integrated education. Amendment 29 provides a new Clause A, which aligns consideration of integrated education in relation to proposals for new schools with the legislation that governs how new schools are established. It clearly sets the duty on the Education Authority, which is the body that would either be bringing forward proposals for controlled schools or publishing proposals for any sector. Regardless of views about planning for new schools, the statutory power that enables it rests in law with the Education Authority as an organisation. The drafted amendment provides legal clarity. It requires the Education Authority to have regard to demand. It sets out in the clearest terms of definition of what is meant by a new school, that it does not include amalgamations or new school buildings or admissions enrolment changes for existing schools. Members will see that it achieves clarity in a way that no other amendment tabled does. Again, procedurally, I will oppose that Clause 7 is introduced and part of the bill. I will vote against Amendments 27 and 28. I will do so to enable Amendment 29 to introduce a replacement Clause 7A. Again, procedurally, I urge you to also oppose that Clause 7 stand part of the bill and vote against Amendments 27 and 28. And remind you that if you do vote for 27 and 28, that you won't be able to vote for 29. In terms of strategy and reporting, and I see from the bill as introduced a desire for greater reporting and delivery from the Department on a strategic level on its duty under Article 64 to encourage and facilitate the development of integrated education. Amendments numbers 30, 32, 33, 34 and 35 bring complete and unambiguous clarity to this without setting on the face of legislation unnecessary distractions around targets or benchmarks or attempts to put pressure on the education budget or department staffing quotas. Amendment 32 also provides a reasonable amount of time for a meaningful strategy to be provided. Any department developing and reporting on a strategy will include an analysis of how effectively that strategy has been delivered. That will include an analysis of progress, references to targets and so on do not need to be on the face of legislation. My expressed concerns about a strategy for any sector, elevating it above others notwithstanding, if we are to have a provision requiring an integrated education strategy, then it should provide for a sensible approach which allows a body such as NICE, which is funded to encourage and promote integrated education and represented at every level in area planning, to put forward a strategic plan that reflects the aspirations of parents wishing to avail of integrated education. Amendment 33 provides for this and also requires the Department to provide commissioning information and publish this in addition to the strategy and associated report. Amendments to Clause 8 and replacement to Clause 9, Clause 9A, which is reflected at Amendment 45. Clause 8 requires the Department of Education to publish an integrated education strategy whilst enabling the work of NICE to feed into this. The new Clause A reflects that reporting will be related to the strategy implementation, and this is logical and meaningful. Biennial reporting by way of Clause 9, as introduced, distracts from the work in hand, which in this context must surely be to provide high-quality education and report on how effectively this is in line with parental preference. Anything that goes beyond this is beyond the scope of the bill. However, I am clear that the preference is that which will be expressed by parents, not limited by the schools that currently exist, but ascertaining what provision is sought by them. Biennial reporting by way of Clause 9 as introduced adds bureaucracy and burden with no benefit for the children currently in our schools or seeking places in the school or sector of their choice. Again, for procedural reasons, I will oppose that Clause 9 stand part of the bill, and again, this is to enable me to table Amendment 45. And equally, I would urge you to look to the provisions of the amendments and support Amendments 30, 32, 33, 34 and 35. I also urge you to oppose the Clause 9 stand part of the bill, which will enable, obviously, Amendment 45 to be moved, and I urge you to support Amendment 45 also. Amendments 37, 38, 40, 41, 42 and 43, whilst I appreciate what they seek to do in terms of the meaningfulness of the information provided and the impact on education bodies, amend what is introduced. The amendments that I have tabled enable the focus to be on delivering for the benefit of children in integrated schools. The Department must still publish a strategy and report against this, but in a meaningful way that it will allow the underpinning work to focus on children rather than gathering information to meet statutory requirements that take time and focus away. I urge you seriously to remember that we are now at Group 3 of the amendments to the bill. what we vote through in this bill must work with the rest of the bill and must work with existing legislation. The risks of getting this wrong and making poor and unclear legislation need to be considered. I can't underline enough how serious this is. And we have a draft bill before us today that is deficient in a number of ways, and yet we do have the benefit of having access to amendments which have been drafted by legal experts that give us collectively a means of achieving a better outcome. And it would be remiss of me not to remind members of this and to take the opportunity again to say so. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the amendments.
And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Education Committee has not tabled amendments for Group 3 relating to strategy, implementation and reporting. The Education Committee did thoroughly consider clauses 6, 7, 8 and 9 dealing with the duty to plan for integrated education, the presumption in relation to new schools, the integrated education strategy and reporting. There were concerns in relation to clause 6 and 7, particularly regarding the responsibilities for CCMS and EA and in relation to area planning. It was acknowledged, however, that there was a wide range of views and that further engagement was going to be necessary with the bill proposer in that regard. Some members did oppose the clauses in their entirety, some members supported them, and some members, as I say, were eager to do further work with the bill proposer. That has been manifested in the amendments that we're considering today. Speaking as Alliance Education spokesperson, I will support the proposer of the bill, Kelly Armstrong MLA's new clause 7 via Amendment 27, which has been proposed further to engagement with the Education Committee and goes to the heart of the bill in many ways, which is indeed to facilitate robust and innovative consultation of demand for integrated education and to ensure that that demand is being aimed to be met. Thank you.
Agus na siarm Sir Pat Sheehan hon Cancha. I call Pat Sheehan.
I got Cian Corla, and I welcome the opportunity again to speak on this group of amendments. And I suppose the strategy is key to this draft piece of legislation, and it is what will give it some teeth. Some have voiced concerns that a strategy for the sector will give it an unfair advantage, but I think some degree of advantage is necessary, because those who have argued here today that the integrated sector would get some sort of advantage from this legislation have yet to explain how parents who can't get their children into an integrated school are going to be facilitated. I mean, I don't know of a situation where a parent couldn't get their child into a maintained school or a controlled school. And I know Irish Medium has the same difficulties as the integrated sector. So if there isn't a level playing pitch, I mean, we're not giving an advantage to the integrated sector. All we're doing is levelling off the pitch so that parents can have the same choice if they want their children to go to the integrated sector as parents who want to send their children to any of the other sectors. So it's not an advantage, it's just a levelling of the playing pitch. Children who are currently in integrated schools but who don't feel their identity is as respected or as tolerated as others can also call on this strategy to ensure that their culture and identity is respected also. So that's important too, as we move ahead, that the integrated sector is seen as somewhere that promotes and practices cultural diversity in all its aspects, and that no one attends an integrated school feeling as if some way they're second-class citizens within those schools, or that their identity and culture aren't respected. So the strategy will help as far as that is concerned. And training in terms of diversity and respect will be crucial for integrated education, and a monitoring role
in relation to how schools perform in that regard is particularly welcome and is a progressive move. And I have to say, the timing of this bill has been difficult for us, and I won't pretend otherwise, with the independent review of education already underway. And many have made the argument, and it has been well made, that this legislation should have been delayed to allow for the independent review to take place first. I accept it as a fairly strong argument, but I also, others have to accept the argument that there are many families waiting on this progress in the here and now, and who knows when this independent review will provide its report, and who knows when the recommendations from that report will be implemented. So it's important we move ahead now, and it's also important to acknowledge that the sponsor of this bill has been working on it for a number of years, even prior to commitments within NDNA in regard to the education system. Now, one of the big problematic areas in this bill was Clause 7, and the sponsor acknowledged that herself, even at the very early stages of this bill. It was the clause in which there was a presumption that any new school would be an integrated school, and that proved to be extremely problematic for us. Thankfully, in our engagement with the sponsor and her researcher, they were able to come forward with a new clause, and that's to be very welcome. It would have been wrong to impose particular solutions on local areas without the level of consultation which should be expected when it comes to delivering education provision. And I'm glad to say, as I've just pointed out, that the bill sponsor has accepted concerns that were voiced in relation to that, and I think Amendment 27 represents a suitable way forward. It's one which involves local communities in a comprehensive consultation process, but at the same time still giving the integrated sector a fair wind in those conversations. And I would encourage others to support Amendment 27.
Now call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I wish to support and speak briefly on a number of amendments laid down by the Minister. Clause 6 of the bill states that all education bodies must include provision for integrated education when developing, adopting, implementing or revising policies, strategies and plans. The scope of the clause is extremely wide in the first instance and has no regard to the current framework as laid down by the Education Reform Order 1989. How practically could all educational establishments within other sectors ever achieve such a provision, for example? Such a clause should only have relevance to a department as cited at Article 64 and 1 of the 89 Order. In relation to Clause 7, I am in full agreement with the Minister and her department that such a provision should not stand part of the bill unless qualified by the provisions within Amendment 29. To prohibit the establishment of a new school other than those from within the integrated sector would not be a sustainable position to request the department to maintain without consideration of the demand for such. The educational estate must meet the needs of the local community which it serves. Need is met by a whole range of contextual factors, including parental choice. I do not believe it is the job of this House to dictate to parents and young people which school they should attend. Clause 7 would amount to such. Choice is healthy, and all considerations for new schools should be based upon demand and ensuring that the best education can be provided to young people with the support of parents. As far as Clause 8 is concerned, I have to agree with the comments made by Mr O'Dowd during the second reading. Surely the budget already provided to NICE is to ensure that they, NICE, encourage, facilitate and promote integrated education. If that isn't the case, or hasn't been the case, then why has NICE not been held to account for not doing that? I do not see any additional role for the Department of itself, particularly not in the sort of terms outlined at Clause 8(2), for example. The maintenance and protection of the ethos of integrated schools, like any other school, is a matter for that individual school within that individual sector. I have no difficulty with an integrated education strategy of itself, however, and I believe Amendments 33 and 34 are sufficient to establish such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Agus na siarm Sir Daniel McCrossan on Canchag. Now I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted that we've got to Group 3 and that we're finally discussing the amendments and the bill. Under Clause 5(a), we've had a number of conversations in relation to this, and no doubt those conversations will continue throughout this group. But we're not overly satisfied by the wording as it presently rests, and we've looked at this in detail, seeking to see if it is possible to amend or not, and to what extent could it be amended. And indeed, I've had that conversation with the Minister and with the sponsor of the bill. We do have concerns in its current form, and it wouldn't be acceptable to us in its current form. And that's where we're stuck at this point on that particular section. We believe that there is a need within that to provide greater safeguards for the integrated sector, which currently is not there. Now, I have been told that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that can be added in an amendment. But again, you know, I'm relying on that promise, and I'm not entirely comfortable at this point. So we will be looking at this as we emerge through that group. In terms of Clause 6, this clause places duties on the Department, the Education Authority, CCMS and SIA to include provision for integrated education in their strategies, plans and policies. As such, this clause has created significant disquiet in a number of circles, and we have been alerted to the potential for legal challenges. That debate has been had today to provide clarity in this area, and I believe there is a clear need to amend this clause in an attempt to avert the potential for any obvious or emerging legal problems that could arise. To begin with, the clause creates a conflict for CCMS in performing its statutory duties towards the faith sector that it was set up to serve. It also presents the EA with problems as to how it fulfils its statutory functions and serves all sectors equally and without favour. SIA 2 currently has no duties towards one particular sector, and we've had this conversation as well with the sponsor of the bill, and she has considered those. Naming SIA in this way is unprecedented. I think that's accepted and goes well beyond the notion of creating a level playing field for integrated education. I do want to place it on record strongly at this point that the SDLP is firmly in favour of a level playing field for integrated education. All the amendments so brought today are towards that end on our part, and the amendment coming up is no different. So Amendment 25, the term must include provision for is too strong a term. It goes well beyond the notion of enabling a level playing field, and I propose that the bodies listed in Clause 13 as education bodies should be asked to have regard to. This, to begin with, is a term well known in legislative circles and consequently has a clarity of meaning which will be helpful. Furthermore, it gives the direction strength of purpose similar to a departmental circular sent with the authority of no less than a minister. It is therefore not an instrument to be easily disregarded. However, it also enables an element of operational flexibility to ensure that the statutory duties of these education bodies do not come into conflict. So this should reduce the potential for legal challenges significantly and will consequently benefit all schools, including integrated schools. Creating the potential for conflict within our education system, however, inadvertently this comes about, is not conducive to promoting community cohesion, which is one of the declared purposes of integrated education. On Clause 6, page 3, line 1, our problem with this is as outlined similarly above. In the pursuit of peace and reconciliation and our attempts to bring communities together, we have many programmes, policies and bodies at work in harmony and in unity. Within the world of education, two very prominent ones are integrated schools and the shared education programme. Indeed, it should be noted that the sponsor of the bill has borrowed heavily from the Shared Education Act 2016 in putting this bill together. Again, we had discussions about that. Both approaches to bringing our communities together are very commendable and worthy of our support and encouragement. I do not believe it would be the intention of anyone in this House to subordinate one act to the other. With this in mind, I propose this amendment. It is once again brought forward in the spirit of promoting equality of purpose as opposed to creating any particular issue. Under Amendment 27, Kelly has written the new clause that addresses the significant problems the clause as originally written threw up, namely every school would be presumed integrated, with the associated lack of legal clarity about what constituted a new school. And the clause 7, as originally written, proposed every new school would be presumed an integrated school. In this guise, the clause raised some alarm amongst all the parties, particularly at committee, and much disquiet as well. I note with great satisfaction the significant amendment by the sponsor, and again this promotes the sponsor's willingness to listen and engage and change to ensure that those concerns were taken on board. That said, the SDLP is a little concerned that the wording of the amendment may be interpreted in such a way as to be a little too restrictive to the cause of integrated education, and we would not want the sponsor's amendment to unwittingly restrict the formation of integrated schools. We are once again in the realms of potential unintended consequences, and that's really where we seek clarification and tidying that up. We would contend that while there should be no presumption of a new school, there may be occasions when it is the desire of some schools in the circumstances listed under Clause 7(5) A, B and C to become integrated. On these occasions, we believe it would be unreasonable to interpret the phrase "does not include" to mean forever excluded. It is with this in mind that the amendment has been put forward. Going on to Clause 8, Mr Deputy Speaker, it requires the Department to publish a strategy for encouraging, facilitating, supporting, if the sponsor's amendment is indeed accepted, and providing integrated education. It has been suggested to us that this will likely be costly, and the estimated costs provided are limited in their scope. The sponsor does, to her credit, recognise this on pages 4 and 5 of the memorandum that she has provided. As the Department has no additional resources available at this time, this implies that resources will have to be diverted, possibly from other areas of the education budget. Again, I know that has raised concern in this House, and I know that the sponsor is keen to alleviate those concerns in whatever way possible. A dilemma is thus presented to us in that we will have legislated without knowing the cost. So this is just to give both sides of this. Legislated without knowing the cost of the changes being imposed as a duty, nor indeed do we know what other areas of education may be affected and how much, by how much. The dangers of unintended consequences, again, gives us some concern, but we have expressed that to the sponsor in our continued conversations and sought some assurances. With this in mind, I am proposing that the word identify be replaced by quantify. The resource needs that the strategy will require have not been qualified. This is surely the starting point and will give more transparency to this particular process. Once the strategy is produced, quantifying the need is the next logical step, and I believe this change of wording will facilitate a more robust resource identifying process. Ultimately, this will facilitate the revising of the strategy going forward and make planning much more focused. Under Amendment 38, bearing in mind what I just said for the previous amendment, and for exactly the same reasons, I'm proposing to add two words, identify respective. This is designed to improve focus and facilitate the taking forward of the strategy. On Amendment 39, Kelly addresses a concern raised by the committee, and again that is to be welcomed. Amendment 40, Clause 8, page 3. We have discussed this with Kelly in a recent, with the sponsor in a recent discussion, and we're satisfied. with that. Amendment 41, the whole rationale for the bill coming forward is to create a level playing field for integrated education. This intention the SDLP wholeheartedly supports, as we always have and will continue to do so. However, the provision of the particular resources set out in the brackets of clause 8.3f creates a situation of advantage for one sector. That is where the criticism, I think, rests. We believe in equality and want to see all our children treated equally. The resources available through the Shared Education Programme, which are open to all integrated schools who enter into partnership arrangements, can be used for training and achieving the purposes of integrated education as set out in Clause 2. I draw attention to this because I am confident all schools are already working towards these objectives, not just integrated schools, but all schools. Furthermore, shared education programmes are already resourcing training programmes for staff, pupils and parents in other sectors as well. It would be excellent to see shared education used much more for such arrangements as are alluded to in this clause. This would open up opportunities for significant resources to be deployed to bring diverse schools together in partnership, and only good can come from this. Clause 9 requires the Department to prepare and publish a biennial report on integrated education. It is indeed appropriate that a report is produced regularly, and the SDLP therefore fully support the objectives here. However, as the Department is the body with the duty to produce the strategy, it may be helpful from time to time to have a different body cast an outside professional and objective eye on how much progress has been made. Otherwise, the Department would effectively always be marking its own homework, to use that term. On Amendment 42, it is accepted best practice to sometimes commission a third party with appropriate capacity to prepare a report on a public body, which the Department would, of course, publish. This is the substance of the SDLP's amendment, and I believe the integrated sector would benefit from such an arrangement and commend it to you all. Under 43, again, we've discussed this, and it really is accepted by the sponsor where our concerns lay in relation to that, and the sponsor provided much clarity on that particular area. Just reverting back to my initial remarks about 5A, which is where the basis of my concern lies, I would like to see us in a place where that could be amended to provide greater safeguards. I'm not sure we're in that place, and if we accept that wording, we have to go forward with the wording as written, and then we'd have to amend. And that has caused some concern, certainly amongst party colleagues in that regard. And, you know, as a suggestion, and maybe this is not possible, Mr Deputy Speaker, maybe the Minister could consider withdrawing with a view of bringing it back. I don't know if that is possible or not at the further consideration stage, to seek leave, I suppose, to bring it back, I think is the correct term to do so, because I understand what the Minister, or what is intended. I understand what is intended. I just would be concerned that there isn't great enough safeguarding within that, and that, you know, we've left in Clause 4 and Clause 5 with a view of supporting 5A to get an amendment, and then ultimately, if we weren't satisfied with how we progressed, we would then deal with it. But unfortunately, there's a limit to that. Yes, I'll give way.
The member does have concerns, but I very much appreciate the fact that he's given consideration to this. I have spoken to the Bill Office just to get some clarity in relation to it, and if he so desires to support me with 5A, obviously that would mean 4, 5 and 5A would be on the books as such for to be considered, and due to some of the synergies there, that this could then be brought back at further consideration stage for amendments, which of course then it could be considered at that point.
The Minister for giving way, and maybe the sponsor might contribute as well to this, because this is important for our positioning on this. I am concerned at how limited we are in the amendment to the existing 5A, and I appreciate the Minister seeking clarification on this for us. That's really where I'm concerned. We have to go forward with the wording and then amend to the wording as written, and I think I'm right in my understanding of that. And if we go forward with the wording as written, I would have concerns that it weakens the intention of what the sponsor is trying to achieve, And my view of this, Mr Deputy Speaker, would have been that if we could have amended at further consideration stage to strengthen this in stronger support of the integrated sector, then I would have been much more comfortable. Maybe the sponsor could provide some further light on that as well. Do you want to come in now? No?
Sorry, I can certainly see we've just voted with clause 5 to stand part of the bill, so we have clause 5 on the, that's it, it's there. 5A is certainly something that's not mutually exclusive. I would be quite happy before further consideration stage comes forward if there are aspects of 5A that can be brought forward. I think it's, as I said before, my ears are open. I'm always prepared to listen, and throughout this process, if there is anything that can happen to improve the bill, as the member has stated, Deputy Speaker, certainly open to that.
I thank the sponsor for the intervention as well and for the clarification. So we will have further conversation within the party as to what and how we proceed in relation to this, but there will be a need for us to be accepting of 5A in its current form going forward. We would need to be deeply satisfied that we could amend to an extent that would be acceptable to the party, to my colleagues. But equally, I also understand what the sponsor of the bill is saying, that if we weren't to support 5A at this stage, keep 5 and then bring forward an amendment to 5 to allow some shaping of what exists under 5A plus going further than that may be a suggestion that we could consider as well. But that's my comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, at this stage. I thank the Minister and the sponsor for their interventions during that and for providing clarification. Thank you.
Would it be in order, in light of what Mr McCrossan has just said, to have a ruling from the Chair so that we all know the position as to whether or not, if 5A is passed, how amendable it is, and if it isn't passed, how much of 5A can be brought in under other amendments at further consideration stage?
Yes. I was just thinking that as the member was speaking about that. I will seek clarity, and before we move to votes, I will have that clarity for members. Okay? Thank you. I now move to Mr Robin Newton.
Wasn't expecting that. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This session has been indeed an interesting session. Perhaps more movement in this session than there has been in the other sessions, and maybe a degree of reality is starting to enter into the thinking of members. So I won't want to interrupt these seemingly positive steps as we go forward. Only to say simply that in terms of within this Group 3 strategy implementation and reporting, it would be my intention to support the Minister's Amendment 23 new clause, which reads, if I can find it. To support the new clause Amendment 23 and indeed 33, and indeed the amendment mentioned by the Minister, clause 29. I have to say I haven't agreed with very much that the chair of the committee has said over this past day, or whatever we are, 24 hours. But I do agree with him in this sense that in this Clause 7 and Clause 8 in particular, there was a huge amount of concern within the committee, expressed at a number of meetings, both at closed meetings and indeed in open meetings. And initially, when the bill was presented, it meant that every new school was presumed to be an integrated school. On one clause that the sponsor has now changed, and that is, I think, a small step in the right direction. But even when a new school is being considered, or proposed Clause 7, we still indeed require every education body in Northern Ireland to consult at every stage in the process. And we all know, I mean, since my experience coming in here, and particularly around the issues of area planning. And area planning is always a difficult issue and always a controversial issue. And area plans are always defended by MLAs or attacked by MLAs from their different constituencies and their different priorities. But indeed, this area planning process, it will still place duties on the department, which will undoubtedly slow down again the process. And I don't think any of us really want to see that. We need to see an effective area planning process. And we do know in the recent history of the committee and the department, and particularly around special needs planning, where there was for a long period of time very little that was achieved in area planning for those children with special needs. So Clause 7, whilst there has been some movement, is still there with some difficulties. Clause 8, and this clause demands more resources, more personnel, further funding, commitments, action plans and targets for only the one sector. And at the moment, only the Irish medium is supported in legislation through the 1998 order. And this new strategy elevates integrated education even above Irish medium, whilst leaving the controlled sector and the maintained sectors at the bottom of the pile, even after the minor amendments that have been made. And I think it was Mr. Harvey referred to the strategic planning issue that, in terms of integrated education, that NICE, I believe, ought to be doing. I believe they are funded for doing. And I think the figure quoted earlier in this chamber was something like about 700,000 to deliver such strategies and support. So indeed, we have to ask ourselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how will the teachers, principals, the Board of Governors, those who have made representation to the committee, those who have engaged on this, how will those from the controlled and the maintained sector realise that in terms of their presentations to the committee, in terms of their engagement with the bill sponsor, and in terms of their engagement with other MLAs and so on, when they realise that they are now third-class citizens and that none of those duties would apply to their schools? And what about parents of children in these schools? Are they content that the parties here support these privileges? And I think I haven't heard Mr. Allister, I think, was so concise in the previous groupings that I think he earned certainly the attention of this chamber as he was speaking. So what about the parents of children in these schools, the maintained and controlled, who feel that they are being left behind and are not being supported? But I will give way.
Member giving way. And I would say to Mr. Newton, Deputy Speaker, that if children who are trying to get into a controlled or maintained school are being denied that opportunity, I would join with you. But I don't know any evidence of a child who tries to get into a maintained or controlled school who can't get into a maintained or controlled school. They may not well get into their first preference or their first choice, but they will always be able to get into a maintained or controlled school, unlike children in Irish medium or integrated education who often don't have another alternative school of that type to go to.
I thank the member for her intervention, but I mean, I think I used the word previously. I was befuddled. I don't even know if there is a word called befuddled, but it's how I felt in my mind. And I have to say to the bill sponsor that her joining me when children can't get into a school of their choice in either the controlled or maintained sector, when we have put legislation in place, isn't going to be a great deal of comfort for the parents of those children. It's not going to be a great deal of comfort that you would join me in making the campaign to get them into a school. So I used that word befuddled before. I don't even know if there is such a word, but it's how I felt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, about other interventions that came from the member. The member interrupted me just before I was about to finish, really, and really, so it is about essentially those parents, those children in schools, where they do need to ensure that they are not less well off, that there are no others who are getting more privileges than they are, and that all privileges, all support is being afforded to all sectors. And I think that's the way, and I think it was Mr. Weir who spoke eloquently on that issue at an earlier stage. And the ethos that we are adopting in this chamber tonight is not an ethos that could be, I think, sustained out there in the constituencies across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We feel very much on this side of the House like buses. You wait half an hour for one DUP speaker to speak, and then there's two come along at once. In that regard, so I'll try and keep my remarks focused and succinct, because I think that what we do have within what has been the various bits of debate, both at second stage and in terms of the first two groups, are fairly fundamental. I think, irrespective of where your views lie on this particular piece of legislation, there have been fairly fundamental differences expressed around key principles of whether it brings forward equality, whether it leads to a level playing field or actually makes that worse, whether it is one that is appropriate in terms of timing, whether it's the right way of doing things. But largely speaking, the amendments in this group are perhaps, in terms of their nature, will focus in on slightly more pragmatic issues in terms of legislation. Members from my party and some others have expressed fundamental opposition to elements of this, and notwithstanding that those fundamental pieces of opposition remain, I think it is incumbent, and indeed in terms of the purpose of the actions that are being taken in this set, is to look at where there is flaws within the proposed legislation and at least say, let us try and improve those and get those correct. And I think that is what lies very much at the heart of the amendments that the Minister has put forward within this group. They are amendments designed to give a greater level of legal effect and therefore, for example, both be more competent in their nature but also be ones that are less susceptible to legal challenge. They are amendments which are more appropriate in terms of the way forward. They are ones in which the focus in on what is necessary, that we therefore do not have an overburdening of bureaucracy. And as such, I think that the amendments, while I appreciate that there's been some movement, for instance, from the bill sponsor on some of these issues, I think that the wording that has been put forward by the Minister is the better solutions on each of these issues. And perhaps this is also perhaps reflects that in terms of some of the drafting, particularly from a legal point of view, that they do come from a point of the Office of Legal Counsel. And as such, I think these are not amendments which are designed to diminish the bill or obfuscate it, but actually ensure that what is there is a lot more appropriate. Turning to, I think, a few of the specifics, and we raised concerns earlier on about Clause 5. 5A does appear to me to be a much more sensible construction in terms of the wording. And I appreciate to some extent, I know that the spokesperson on behalf of the SDLP, Mr McCrossan, has looked at, if you like, a certain level of dilemma as to what direction he goes in. And I appreciate, I think, that the Deputy Speaker will be bringing back further information What I would say, again, from experience in this House, not only I believe is 5A a better construct, because I think it is legally a lot more watertight, but I think the other advantage of 5A, of at least passing at this stage compared to not passing it, if it is passed, there is at least an opportunity then for refinement of that further consideration stage, if there is some levels of difficulties. If, however, it is rejected today, there is then what has been brought in 5A, a restriction which says you cannot reintroduce what you tried to introduce in the previous stage. So it would effectively mean, my reading of this, that rejection today would largely take a lot of these elements off the table. By passing it, I'll give way briefly.
Only if the amendment is moved. If the amendment were not moved, I presume that there does create an opportunity for a different introduction at further consideration.
The issue with that, though, well, I'm not sure how easy that would be, because it is also the case at further consideration stage. There's the opportunity for some level of adjustment. But would it be considered, for example, at further consideration stage, that a completely new clause would actually move beyond simply an adjustment to what is there? It may be regarded as a more fundamental shift to the bill and may run the risk of being ruled out of order, whereas an amendment to 5A, and indeed the space that could be given to do that, is perhaps the more appropriate way. It seems to me that almost irrespective of what is there, and I think 5A is better constructed because it actually is tied in and been drafted by Office of Legal Counsel to give much more of a direct legal effect to what the position is than the other alternatives. But there is that opportunity for a level of flexibility which would not certainly be there if it's defeated and may well not be there if it's not moved today. So I think that is the better route within that. Much has been made, indeed, much of the consternation that was raised at second stage was with reference to the current and still current Clause 7. And I appreciate that in terms of the definition of a new school, there has been a common ground levels of shift of opinion within that. Can I say that at least is to be welcomed across the board? Because any new school, when it is agreed, comes with it a level of particularly capital commitment. And as anybody who's looked even to their own constituencies or been in the position of ministerial office as regards any announcements, even in terms of new schools or examinations of that, know that that is something which is sometimes fraught with difficulties, because while it is welcomed by whatever the school obtains that, there is then 10 other voices which would say, why was X, Y and Z not done in my area? But the one, and there's always a level of concern or suspicion as to what is lying behind any decision, but at least if people are able to reassure themselves that there's a level playing field and an equal position, that those who've been unfortunate to miss out still have as good a chance in the next tranche of announcements or next levels of action. And so I welcome at least the changes that have been made. But again, in terms of the appropriate way of doing this, I think that the Minister's amendment for the new clause is the best way of achieving it. It does not inviolate the intentions of the bill in terms of the provision of new schools, albeit that new schools themselves will be very limited in terms of numbers. But again, it puts it on a much more sounder footing. It is also the case that in terms of the level of information, consultation that needs to be done, I mean, again, one of the criticisms that is often there, be it in terms of development proposals, be it in terms of capital build, or indeed actions around new schools, is that we have a process which at times doesn't deliver quickly enough for people. That is often a criticism. And therefore, I think the problem with the current construct within the bill, which is addressed by the Minister's amendments, is that we do not have a wide range of superfluous reports doing that, but have the opportunity at least then to move ahead on a range of these issues in a much more efficient and effective manner. That is also tied in, I think, with the concept of, in terms of the duty that will be placed and the consideration on education bodies, because I think both in terms of the potential bureaucracy, in terms of the cost, but also the level of appropriateness, it is the case that there's overarching responsibility on the EA and the department to consider these issues. but effectively to expect, largely speaking, CCMS or indeed a range of other bodies to be effectively the advocates for integrated schools, I think is inappropriate, in the same way as it would be inappropriate for expect NICE to be the conduit and the advocate for a maintained school in that regard. And consequently, I'm glad at least there's been a proposal of a level of amendment to that. Again, I think, and I hope that members look beyond the origin of where some of the amendments are coming from, but actually look at in terms of the conciseness and appropriateness of the drafting, that again, I think the thing, I'll give way briefly, yeah.
When I met the department last Friday, we talked through all of the amendments that was come forward from the Minister. And if it helps this House, I know that it will be dealt with at a different stage, but Amendment 70, where the definition of education bodies is referred to the Department of Education and the Education Authority, I had said that I would support that. So if that helps.
Obviously, that we seem to be a certain level of, at least belatedly, a little bit of peace breaking out within the Chamber in relation to that. Any advance, I think, is welcome. But I think if we're to ground this in the best possible route, I think the ministerial amendments across the board, I think, are the most appropriate in relation to it. And finally, I suppose I would say that on the basis of the reporting mechanisms, the monitoring, the reports that will be brought forward, again, the ministerial amendments entirely embrace the principle of this. There's not an attempt to step away from there being strategies as regards that. I think that is accepted within that. It is about trying to ensure that what we have is something that is fit for purpose, that we do not, on the one hand, either simply duplicate what is there, or alternatively over-elaborate. And what are the dangers of that? Well, if you have something which is, by its nature, over-elaborate, either effectively it becomes something that is so administratively burdensome that it creates a high level of expense, and indeed there's a risk of that as currently drafted, or alternatively, sometimes occasionally also in parallel with that, there is a danger that if the hurdle is seen to be too high in terms of what is being produced, it almost becomes a meaningless tick-box exercise in which particular pieces of information are produced, but no real credence is given to the focus of where the strategy should be. Resources are important. From my experience, 2 decades in this House, on the good days, whether it's in education or anything else, the good days are the choices between which virtuous things you do. Sadly, given resources, and it is particularly acute within education, but on a range of other subjects as well, sadly often the choices that have to be made in this House or by ministers of this House is not between what particularly new good things they're able to do, but actually given constraints, what virtuous things they have to try and protect and what virtuous things they have to cut. Every decision in which resources are spent unnecessarily, in which bureaucracy is taken to a level beyond what is needed, creates with it a level of opportunity cost. If there is X amount or X tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions spent on a particular route which is not needed, which is overreach or indeed going into a much greater level of bureaucracy than is needed, this doesn't happen in some virtual world which simply additional resources can be allocated to. It always comes at the expense of something else. So it is important, and I think it is accepted, that if strategies are to be produced and the amendments are clearly on the basis of those strategies happening as regards integrated education, that they should be done in an appropriate manner, one which is actually doable, one which ensures the focus is there, and one which ensures that we don't burden other parts of the education system, a system which, as we know from the proposed budget, if it goes through, will be denuded of 2% of its budget each year, which can ill afford to lose. Again, with all of us, whether myself, the current minister, or indeed other ministers, if you're faced with those difficult bits of where you make the cuts, I don't want those to be, for any future minister, any more than is absolutely necessary. Indeed, I would hope that they could be avoided altogether. But there is no point placing additional burdens on ourselves and on frontline services, particularly for our children, when they are not necessary. Let us not over-engineer solutions. Let us have solutions which are appropriate to the issues that are there. So these amendments, notwithstanding the broader concerns that myself, the Minister and members on this side of the House have with the bill as a whole, this is actually about trying to improve what is there. It is about trying to find that pragmatic solutions. And I would urge members to look with the opportunity for whatever further refinement would be at further consideration stage, and consider that what is being put forward by the Minister are the best possible solutions to those problems. They're the most pragmatic, they're the most appropriate, they're the least bureaucratic, they're the best use of resources, and they're legally the soundest. And so therefore I support the Minister's amendments.
I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will not take up a lot of the House's time on this particular section, because much of what I was going to say has already been aired. Can I say that clauses 4 and 5 are the pivot on which this bill turns, and they are very, very significant around the definition of supporting integrated education. And in this group of amendments, we have the opportunity to consider 5A. And if I am paraphrasing my colleague Peter Weir correctly, Mr Speaker, and I know that you're going to get clarification on this particular matter for us, amendment at final consideration stage would not allow us to introduce a new clause, but only to amend a clause that was actually there. So therefore, 5A, it seems, is crucial for those who are having some thoughts about the pivotal nature of clauses 4, 5, and then the subsequent 5A. And it seems imperative then that we would have 5A at this consideration stage if there was to be further amendments sought or clarity sought from the members opposite. And that is very significant. The clause 7 in the bill, and for those of us who have sat through the process in the Education Committee, clause 7 of the bill was indeed very problematic. And I have read very carefully the Amendment 27 proposed by the proposer of the bill. And I must say it is a convoluted, probably, way of doing this. And I think that the Minister's amendment in relation to this is a clearer way forward. Can I focus the House's attention just very, very briefly again on clause 8 of the bill? And the Department of Education must prepare. I'm not, and I could stand corrected on this particular issue, but I'm pretty sure the Department does not have a duty to actually do this for other sectors within the education sphere. And therefore, the Department would be doing this on behalf of the integrated sector when it doesn't already do this on behalf of other sectors. But the actual obligation in clause 8 of the bill is very, very significant. So it's not just a strategy, but within that strategy, the bill would indicate that we would have to include provision for resources, including personnel, to encourage, facilitate and support, promote, whatever you want, integrated education. Clause 8D of the bill would require us to identify funding commitments and resources made available for the promotion and provision of integrated education. Now, in and of themselves, I'm not saying that if I was looking at this bill only in isolation and not considering the other issues in education. They are not extraordinary, although it is extraordinary to ask the department to do this for one sector, but not for every other sector. And this in law would mean that the department would be doing this and identifying these resources while not doing the same for other sectors. But what this actually does bring to my mind and my attention is that while the department is doing this for the integrated sector, while the Catholic maintained sector may well do it for their sector, the Irish medium sector may well do it for their sector. Again, I'm going back to the issue of where will controlled schools sit within this obligation. Now, this is a very specific obligation in an integrated education bill in relation to integrated education. But there is no equivalent obligation in law. And I think that that potentially introduces us into a very, very difficult area as well. I do want to make this point because this is really very significant and important for me. I, over the course of the last number of weeks, have been talking to a number of schools within my constituency. So I've been talking to St Patrick's, for example, in Banbridge. They need new creative arts spaces. They have nowhere for the creative arts within their school. I've been talking to Banbridge High School, where actually in some of the classrooms they still have traditional blackboards in this day and age. And this is the need within the maintained and the controlled sector. I've been over at Portadown College. And Portadown College is actually, I think, maybe, I stand corrected, but I'm nearly sure it's the largest sixth form in Northern Ireland. And there is fungus growing out of the corners of the classrooms. But yet, the department, under this very specific obligation, is only obligated to do this for one sector. I am very concerned, and I've said it over and over again today, that this will require and this will uplift one sector over another sector, where I think that that is entirely wrong. As I've said again today, I am not blind to the need for reform within education. I think that's an important thing for us to do. I think there's so many fundamental things that we can do to improve the outcomes for young people in Northern Ireland. But I'm really unsure, and I really do not think that we can do this by doing it for one sector and not having that obligation for every other sector. Yes, I will.
I just wanted to clarify, there are 65 integrated schools in Northern Ireland, and 27 of those integrated schools are also controlled schools. So integrated education is not the only sector that this would happen to. There are controlled schools who will come into this mix. So 27 out of 65 are controlled schools. And I think we shouldn't forget the fact that CSSC and the Education Authority have responsibility for those controlled integrated schools.
Yes, I accept the bill proposer's clarification. But there are about 300,000 children in Northern Ireland who are educated in controlled and maintained schools. They are not included in any of the provisions of this bill. They are left outside, and they do not have the same opportunities, the same obligations in law will not apply to them, etc. I think I read the statistic recently, about 7% of the Northern Ireland school population is educated in an integrated school and around 90% in a controlled or maintained school. And we should not institutionalise this kind of provision for one sector and not look at the other sectors within education, particularly when there is such extraordinary need in some of these sectors right across Northern Ireland. And I've made it my business within my own constituency to talk to schools right across all of the sectors, to visit them and to listen to their concerns. Can I also just finish by looking at Clause 9 of the bill and the relevant amendments? Again, the Department of Education would be required. I'm really not sure if the Department of Education is required to bring forward a strategy. The Department of Education is required to bring forward a report on that strategy. We really have to question what the role of the NICE is in relation to all of this, and where they sit and what they will actually be doing in relation to this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have taken a considerable time to consider this bill, and that is right and that is proper for this House. As we have gone through this process, I think that we have erred, and many of my colleagues have erred, our total commitment to children learning together, playing together, and working together as adults in the workplace. I think that that's important for Northern Ireland, it's important for our future, for our stability, and something that we should all aspire to. I don't think this bill will actually help us to progress that noble goal, but it will uplift one sector over all the other sectors in education, and I think will create huge problems along the line. And I would appeal to those, and I know there are those in this House who have many questions and are worried about the fact that they've been whipped to support the bill. Sometimes you just have to do what you believe in and actually stand up for the young people that you represent. Thank you.
Before I call Mr. Allister, just regarding the point of order which you raised, Mr. Allister, earlier, we've sought some guidance on that in relation to amending the bill at further consideration stage. Further consideration stage provides members with a final opportunity to amend the bill as agreed at consideration stage. All amendments tabled will be considered by the Speaker in line with admissibility criteria at the appropriate time. It wouldn't be helpful to speculate on the consideration of amendments which haven't been tabled and considered in line with those appropriate procedures. And I would just remind members that it is the role of the Speaker to select amendments for debate, and it is the Speaker's decision which is final. Okay, and I call Mr. Allister.
Just to respond to that, I'm not sure you've added a great deal to the sum of human knowledge, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by saying that these matters will be decided according to admissible criteria without eliminating to the House what the admissible criteria are. I think that was the key question. What is it that will judge whether an amendment is admissible or not? And if that's... Yes.
Just, if I would add to that, Mr. Allister, at further consideration stage, an amendment which is inconsistent with or contrary to the bill so far agreed or any previous decisions of the Assembly in respect of the bill would be inadmissible. And as we know, these are complex matters, so we don't want to be moving from the theoretical into the hypothetical. But nevertheless, they're complex issues, and any further guidance or advice around these matters, the Bill Office would be more than happy to give that.
I think that further illumination is somewhat helpful. And the one thing it brings home to me is that if there is an appetite to look further at the conglomerate that's clauses 4, 5 and potentially 5A, then it would seem that the flexibility would be maximised by the approval of 5A at this stage. If 5A is not approved at this stage, then I would have thought you're very much into the territory of the admissibility criteria of that which is not compatible with, which is something that's already been passed. And would 5A, for example, already having been moved, be deemed to be compatible with 4 and 5 already passed? I'd be quite doubtful about that. So if there is an appetite for looking at these things in the round, then it seems to me pretty clear that you would need to have 5A within the statute by the time you come to the further consideration stage. But that's a judgment that people will have to make. I don't want to detain the House very long. I have a few comments just to make. Clause 6 always concerned me considerably. Still does. It concerned me primarily because of the breadth of its demands, because its demands was to embrace every education body as defined in Clause 13. And of course that included such things as CCMS, meaning that as originally drafted, they must include provision for integrated education when they want to do anything, basically. Now, the sponsor has said that she's minded to support Amendment 70. If that happens, then the definition of education bodies in Clause 13 will be diminished to the Department and the Education Authority, which would seem of itself eminently appropriate. But even with that, and taking that, and one can't presume the vote of the House, but assuming that Amendment 70 is approved, we still have a situation where education bodies, now the Department or the Authority, must include provision for integrated education when developing, adopting, implementing, revising policy, strategies and plans, and B, designing and delivering public services. So if I could read that in a more truncated form, the Department or the education body, authority, must include provision for integrated education when delivering public services. Now, surely that is the very embodiment of what we've been spent so much of today talking about, the preferential advancement of one sector over the other. If within Clause 6 we declare that the Department must include provision for integrated education when delivering public services, but we don't declare it of any other sector, surely we are giving that advancement and privilege that there's been talk about today. It's pretty clear to me that would be the effect of that. And that, I think, is the real flaw in Clause 6. Same issue arises in the sponsor's amendment to Clause 7, insofar as she obviously wished to continue with the wide definition of education bodies. If she's now accepting that that will change, then it would change the eventual wording of her Amendment 27 as well, or the eventual import of it. But when you look at Amendment 27, the new Clause 7 that the sponsor wants to put in, and compare it with the new clause that the Minister wants to put in, I must say one is straightforward, that of the Minister. It's understandable. It doesn't leave very many hostages to fortune. But the amendment by the sponsor is gaping with such things. Take Clause 2. In exercising their functions under subsection 1, education bodies must consult with teachers, governors, pupils, families, sectoral and community bodies. Well, what are community bodies in that context, for example? One thing that's missing from that list, oddly enough, are other schools, unless they're meant to be within community bodies. So it leaves a gaping number of questions as to what it actually means. Whereas if you take Amendment 29, it's concise, it's understandable, and therefore it seems to me it's by far the most preferable articulation of the points that are necessary in respect of what was a disastrous Clause 7 to begin with. Therefore, I would certainly be supporting Amendment 29 over Amendment 27. Mrs Dodds, I thought, made some very pertinent points about Clause 8. Again, identifying the terminology here which creates privilege and special status for one section only. And that is in the clauses she mentioned, 8.2a, that you must include in these strategies provision for resources, only for an integrated sector. You must identify funding commitments and resources, only for the integrated sector. You must include targets, only for the integrated sector. You must benchmark it, only for the integrated sector. So again, we're back to the same reality, that this is a bill built upon a determination to create and carve out a special status, a privileged status for one sector only in education. And that is the flaw that runs right through this bill from start to finish. And that's why, even if amended in these matters, it's not a bill that I could see myself ever supporting.
Okay, I now call the sponsor of the bill, Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We're moving on a bit faster now. Thank you, everybody who has spoken on this grouping so far. Sorry, bear with me. Mr. Speaker, it has been, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's been very useful to hear what has come forward with the amendments, and I would thank the Minister for bringing forward her Amendment 23. However, I cannot support that new Clause 5A. While I appreciate the Department's approach, unfortunately the 5A waters down the policy intent of the bill. My new Clause 7, Amendment 27, has been proposed following discussion with the committee. My policy intent is to open the conversation when a new school opportunity is presented by the Department and the Education Authority. The amendment brings forward consultation with a wider audience. It will ensure a report is produced to clarify why a particular type of school is to be located. Integrated education and Irish medium schools do not currently have a planning authority. This amendment ensures that an education body, as now I'm agreed that will be defined in Amendment 70. So this amendment ensures an education body will have to include integrated education as part of new school planning. And as I said, it's important to note there is an amendment coming up later where the Minister clarifies what is meant by an education body in this bill. There are 4 education sectors. Anyone who wishes to support their preferred sector will be satisfied by the Minister's change to the definition within this bill. Yes, certainly.
Just in case you move on too quickly and maybe don't revisit it, as the member will be aware, I've worked constructively with the member and all members to try and ensure that there is a potential of a bill and a good bill at that. Could the member outline for me to give you the first chance possible in terms of Clause 5A, Amendment 23? Could you maybe articulate and demonstrate to me what the absolute issues are within a clause? Because as you'll know, I'd spoken to yourself in regard to your own amendment, which I'm not totally against, but there's some issues with that with regard, as Mr. Allister also alluded to, what is a body, what is a community, and what does that look like? Because we know if we pass that, we can't take it out. We can explain it a wee bit further. So a wee bit of clarification and your absolute concerns with 5A would be useful.
Certainly come to that. I'll talk through the part that I'm talking about and then go back over reflection, and that will bring in the 5A comments that Mr. Butler needs clarification on. So, because there are 4 sectors, anyone who wishes to support their preferred sector will be satisfied by the Minister's change to the definition within this bill of what an education body is. It means those of you who prefer controlled or maintained schools can be assured. With respect to the Minister's amendments 30 to 35, I cannot support these changes. They water down the policy intent of the bill proposed. The Integrated Education Strategy, as introduced in Clause 8, contains the requirement for a strategy and quite detailed actions to be taken. The Minister's proposals water down this approach. It talks about reporting how the Department has discharged its duties, but that could be as simple as a one line without detailing the objectives, aims and achievements delivered. I don't support the Minister's intention that Clause 9 stand a part of the bill and is replaced with Amendment 45. The reason why I included biennial reporting in Clause 9 introduced gives this Assembly and all members the ability to review how legislation passed by this House is being delivered. And just going back to those who have spoken this evening, which is very appreciated, just to confirm that this bill, when we're discussing Group 3, the Minister had talked about, there is provision for integrated education that parents can set up and establish a new school. That's not taken away by this bill. Let me see. And then I talked earlier already about the Clause 70 coming forward, which defines education bodies. Now, just to be clear, whenever we were bringing forward the initial bill as introduced, education bodies is defined in law. It wasn't in my gift to change the definition of education bodies at an earlier stage because they're set down. So we have sectoral bodies, we have education bodies, and those education bodies are the gambit that were included in the bill as introduced. And to be honest, I'm delighted that the Minister has changed that definition for this bill because she has saved me so much hassle in trying to do that. Pat Sheehan discussed how the strategy is key, and I agree with him. He talked about how some degree of advantage is necessary, as there hasn't been any explanation of how children who cannot access an integrated education will get a place. I agree with you on that. He pointed out that... Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. And I suppose what's at the crux of this bill is that despite having on the face of it an advantage from Article 64 of the 89 order that the Department has a statutory obligation to encourage and facilitate integrated education, that integrated education hasn't been brought to an equal footing with other sectors. And that can be seen in the fact that what I mentioned during my contribution, and you also mentioned, that none of us know of a case where a child hasn't been able to access either the controlled or the maintained sectors. But it is the case with integrated education that some children can't get into it, and it's the same for the Irish medium sector. And until that is changed, and obviously Article 64 hasn't resolved that issue, so there needs to be some further leg up for the integrated sector and the Irish medium sector, I have to say. And it's not about, I suppose I wasn't really clear in what I was saying, it's not so much an advantage as making sure the pitch is levelled so that all children and parents, if they make a choice about what sector they want to go to, then they're able to access it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan also pointed out, and rightly so, that children in integrated schools will be able to use this bill to hold feet to the fire of their school if it's not being as inclusive and diverse as it should be. Apologies, Deputy Speaker, I am getting quite tired now. As Mr. Sheehan said, no one knows when the independent review of education will come forward, when the report will come out and when the recommendations of that will be enacted. He's absolutely right when he talked about Clause 7. The initial Clause 7, which nobody liked, was something that I recognised immediately and took on board quite quickly. And I have to pay tribute to the Bills Office, who tried to build in what the committee had said to me very clearly, that there needed to be a community consultation there needed to be work done so that when a new school that was identified by the Education Authority or the Department was being brought forward, that there would be a wider, nuanced discussion across the whole area. And I welcome that. because what it does mean then is, as I have defined in my new clause 7, is that you do need to talk to teachers. You do need to talk in a much more wider context, and community bodies is the wording that needed to be used in order to have that part of society included. So it has been quite difficult. So thanks to the Bill Office for their support in bringing forward the amendment. It was extraordinarily different to make sure that we could meet the committee's needs in scope. Yes, certainly.
Greenway, one of the questions that's been asked of me with regard to the bodies to be consulted, you mentioned teachers and governors. Who are those teachers and governors? Where are they from in relation to a new build school, please?
So, education bodies must consider integrated education for planning for the establishment of a new school. In exercising their functions under subsection 1, education bodies must consult with teachers, governors, pupils, families, sectoral and community bodies. These are existing in the area that the new school has been identified. So if there's other schools, their teachers will be asked. So it's a bit similar to what happens when a transformation comes forward. So you engage everyone who has a vested interest in that area. And that was the intention of that. How can you have a teacher in a new school if a new school hasn't yet been set up? Just moving on now to Mr. Harvey, who highlighted, just to highlight to him that the Amendment 70 identifies the education bodies, because I know that was a concern of his. The other thing he had asked about is what does NICE do if they're funded? I don't have a copy of this evidence, but it can be, I'm sure, provided to others. In 2016, NICE was provided with permission to promote integrated education. Prior to 2016, and this information had been provided to them, I was told that they were not allowed to promote integrated education using funding received from the department. I'm sure NICE can provide a copy of that communication from the department. I believe it exists in an email format from an officer who worked in the department at that stage. So NICE certainly does receive funding. It is a very small body of people. I have a lot of time for the work that they do. They do quite a lot of pieces for integrated education and shared education. So I'll defer to that evidence from NICE. I'm sure members can contact them for that. The information that has come through, Deputy Speaker, that was highlighted during Mr McCrossan's discussion has been very welcome, and it was interesting then when you said certainly the Speaker wouldn't be commenting on any amendments that haven't yet been made, but there was that final piece that you mentioned there that you cannot take away from what's already been voted through. And Mr Butler had asked me about clarification about 5A and my concerns on that. So just to go to 5A, which is Amendment 23, I'll draw members' attention to 5A4. And this is part of the problems that I have. The Education Authority must take the steps mentioned in subsection 2, and this is the key, at such times as the Education Authority and the Department of Education agree to be appropriate. When's that? That's not defined, that's not clear for me. And then it goes on to say in 5A6, in making decisions in connection with proposals about the provision of education, the Education Authority must have due regard to the response to its inquiries under subsection 2. And there's another one that I have a problem with. In addition to any other factors to which the Education Authority is required to have regard. It doesn't say what those factors are. I imagine it probably refers to budget, which of course would be expected, but anything else can be brought into that. So it's too wide-ranging for me, unfortunately, to be able to go forward. Oh, I don't know who said first. Mr. Allister. Oh, sorry. Mr.
Yes. Can't argue with that. So, in relation to the sponsors, she has this difficulty with the department having regard to other factors to which the Education Authority is required to have regard. Those surely are requirements by law to have regard to matters. Why would the sponsor object to the department having regard to things that it must have regard to? And as to her other objection, to 5A4, that language, such as the Department agreed to be appropriate, etc., is very common in legislation, very common, and is there for obvious reasons, because it's the Department that has the budgetary responsibility and the answerability about all these things, and therefore must take account of all informing issues such as that. So I really don't understand why the member would be balking at 5A.
Thank the member for giving way. So a little bit like the member from North Antrim, that was the two that I spotted number 4. I spotted it as an issue. When I looked through it, I thought if Kelly has an issue with this in terms of the bill, that's something that needs codified, something put on to ascertain what it actually means. I didn't notice that one actually in terms of the legal provision at number 6, which is worth looking at and maybe you consider and maybe expanding a little bit upon. But would you accept that in addition to anything that is accepted at this stage, what we can do and what we can work towards is tying that down and actually detailing it better so that it doesn't detract from the purpose of the bill? Because in essence, to me, it seems we can actually do that. We can finesse that to the point where it actually is a positive amendment.
Thank you very much for the interventions. I hadn't finished all of my problems with clause 5A. When we go to 5A5 in the subsection 2, may be met. It may be met by seeking information required, that duty together with other information about parental preferences. It's not tight enough for me. And I have to say, in the wording of 5A1, this has been drafted very well. I don't criticise any of the professionals that do drafting, but it has been drafted to assume that clause 5 that we have already voted to include in the bill, Deputy Speaker, would not be there. So this 5A would have replaced 5. And when I look at the 5 that we've already voted into the bill and this 5A, there's an overlap that causes a little bit of concern. And given the fact that when we go to further consideration stage, my understanding is that you can't delete something that has already been voted in by the House. You can amend and you can finesse, but you can't take information out. So a bit like Mr McCrossan has come forward with, I would suggest that as the bill sponsor, I would be quite happy between this consideration stage and further consideration stage to sit down with the department to look at the clause 5 that has been voted into the bill through this consideration stage, to look at 5A so that I can raise my concerns about 5A and see if we can add to 5 parts of 5A that the Minister and the department would like to see. But in order to do that, it would require, because of the process, not moving 5A so that we don't knock it out of the process. If we put it in, then we can only finesse and we can only add, we can't. I believe that's the case.
I thank the member for giving way. And you raise a really good point, because it's been something that's been trotting around my head for this last 2 days with regard to how we actually, how you can have 5 and 5A. But I imagine that the Speaker's Office and the Bill's Office here, by not identifying them as mutually exclusive, have said that actually they can sit, whilst it might be awkward, there's a piece of work which can be done to get the benefit and best out of both. So the Bill's Office would have picked that up if it hadn't been possible.
And this is, the Bill's Office had decided which were mutually exclusive. Sorry, but I'm just saying it is quite awkward. For instance, we have already voted to say that the word support would be included. And this goes back to the 5A goes to the status quo of what is currently the position, but we've already changed that because we voted in clause 5. So what I would say is I'm happy for, and now I don't know whether we can put a full new clause in at further consideration stage, but we can certainly add to clause 5 that is already in the bill because we've already voted on it so far. So that's my issues with that. So I think that's about as clear as I can be without having something written from the Bill's Office on that. And I appreciate what has come forward tonight, Deputy Speaker, because we can't presume what the Speaker will or will not accept, and it is extraordinarily difficult to get things to fit into scope when we're talking about including aspects of other sectors that's outside of the integrated education sector. I'm just checking through to see if there's anything else that I need to raise on this. I think, to be honest, I've covered everything in that, Deputy Speaker. Just to say that there are a few things. So the Minister's Amendment 23, I will be opposing. My Amendment 27, I would ask people to include that, in particular now that we know, well, I can't presume how the House will vote, but Amendment 70 from the Minister that defines education bodies certainly helps people understand that Amendment 27 and the limitations on that. Indeed, I would commit, if the House does not vote to Amendment 70, that I may well try to update Amendment 27 to limit those education bodies to what the Minister is trying to do with that, which was very appreciated. Amendment 40 and 41, just to Mr McCrossan brings those forward, and I've always been fair and we've had discussions about this. Amendment 40 and 41 I won't be supporting, and the reason why I'm not supporting those, if I can flick over to find Amendment 40 and 41, it too, I think, was originally drafted to consider that education bodies would be that full gambit, but that Amendment 70, I think, deals with that. So rather than removing a section, I would prefer that stays in with the new Amendment 70 taking care of who education bodies are. It also takes out in Amendment 41 targets and benchmarks for the success of, to measure the success of integrated education. I am not happy to take any amendments to the Clause 8 other than Mr McCrossan's one for 42, because it adds in, I think it's that one adds in the Commission. And I'll not be supporting the Minister's new Clause 9 because it detracts too much from what the original Clause 9 has been, simplifies it to the extent that it takes out the policy intent. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Okay, I now call on the Minister to wind. Quite a bit to cover there, Minister.
Deputy Speaker, and I won't labour on this too much, but it will still be my intention to move my Amendment 4, Clause 5A. I believe that as long as it's included, that there's still an opportunity to revisit this, and regardless of what the proposer of the bill has said, I would prefer to leave it to the experts in the Bill Office than to take advice on this from the bill sponsor, who has a very clear vested interest. So it will still be my intention to move this amendment number 23, and I do hope that I do get the support from members of the House for it to still be included. Because if members have meant what they've said throughout the stages of this bill in relation to the importance of parental preference being recognised and provided for, then I believe that this amendment delivers on that through a solid legislative basis, and I would urge members to vote for Amendment 23. Just a couple of points of clarity. The bill sponsor did mention in relation to this issue around access to integrated schools, and then perhaps them having young people then having to go to controlled and maintained. Really, for the record, where integrated education schools, i.e. schools, are oversubscribed, and not all are, 100% of requests for TVs were approved. And also, for the record, there are still around 3,000 places in integrated schools for children who want to attend them. Now, while I appreciate they may not always be in the right place, there is still space in the sector. But obviously, that is why we need effective area planning. And of course, there are plans in place to address that. If you don't mind, I really do want to continue on because it is getting late and we have been here quite a considerable time. Also, just with regards to 5A, 5A does not mention the status quo at all, so I just want to state that for the record. And also, for further clarification, there are actually 68 integrated schools, 30 of which are controlled integrated. Moving then to the amendment to Clause 7, Amendment 29. This addresses the extremely concerning provisions that would result in the presumption that every new school would be an integrated school. The amendment has ensured that the definition of a new school is clear and in line with all existing legislation. The duty is appropriately placed on the Education Authority to reflect where legal power exists for planning purposes. And while I very much appreciate the bill sponsor has also tabled an amendment which aims to clarify what is meant by a new school, my amendment does not bring in unnecessary consultation provisions that have the potential to tie up those involved in strategic planning up in repetitive consultations and reports, which can really only have the result of slowing the whole process down, and that's for all sectors, the integrated sector included in that. This would only serve to elongate the area planning processes even further, when in fact all involved in area planning have indicated that their aim is that this becomes a much more agile system in order to meet the needs of communities. And they are working well with officials to design much more streamlined processes that better serve our children and young people. The drafted amendments enable the Department of Education and all planning stakeholders to take account of what is already provided for in terms of consultation requirements as part of that process. This amendment is the best guarantee this Assembly has of absolute legal accuracy. And again, procedurally, in order to move this amendment as part of the bill going past consideration stage, I will oppose the existing Clause 7, that it stands part of the bill. Amendment 29 will introduce Clause 7A to provide an alternative which can work with any proposals for new schools. And I urge members to vote for Amendment 29, which means not voting for Amendment 27 and the associated Amendment 28. As introduced, Clauses 8 and 9 and details greater reporting and delivery from the Department on a strategic level on its duty under Article 64 to encourage and facilitate the development of integrated education. The amendment I have tabled brings complete and unambiguous clarity to this without setting on the face of legislation unnecessary distractions around activity-based and output-focused targets or benchmarks. It's my duty as Minister for Education to ensure that the focus on outcomes for children and young people is carried through and enshrined in everything that we do. The amendments which I'm asking members to vote for today are designed to benefit our children through clear, workable legislation. Amendments 37, 38, 40, 41, 42 and 43, whilst I appreciate what they seek to do in terms of the meaningfulness of the information provided and the impact on education bodies, amend what is introduced. I urge you to look to the provisions of the amendments and support Amendments 30, 32, 33, 34 and 35. I urge you to oppose that Clause 9 stand part of the bill, which will enable Amendment 45 to be moved, and I urge you to support Amendment 45. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Amendment 23 proposed. After Clause 5, insert new clause, duties of department and authority relating to the development, etc., of integrated education. The question is that Amendment 23 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes, and I remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Members, please resume their seats. Members, please resume their seats. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable to avoid a division. However, the question is that Amendment 23 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Do we have tellers, please? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes are Chris Little and John Blair. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf, again, are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place, and I ask you to ensure that you retain at least 2 metres gap between yourselves and other people when moving around the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left.
Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
38 members voted aye. 38 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Do we deposit them? Amendment 24 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 24. Amendment proposed to Clause 6, page 2, line 37, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. What's that, right? It's made used you, okay. You is here. I will not call Amendment 25 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 24, which has been made. Amendment 26 has already been debated, and I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 26.
No.
I would ask members to take their ease just for a moment. Amendment 26 has already been debated, and I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to formally move Amendment 26. Amendment not moved. Amendment not moved. So that's page 35. I'm sure members will appreciate this is a rather complex piece of legislation and amendment process, and we just bide with us to ensure that we follow the process appropriately. Before I put the question, I would remind members that we have debated the members' opposition to Clause 6, stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 6, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Order. I've been advised by party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113, Part 5b, that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes are Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, Jim Allister and Robin Newton. Again, I would remind members of the requirement for social distancing during the voting arrangements. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order with members resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 58 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause stands part of the bill.
Clause 6, as amended, stands part of the bill. Amendment 27 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 27.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to leave out Clause 7 and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. As Amendment 28 is an amendment to Amendment 27, we need to dispose of Amendment 28 before returning to Amendment 27. Amendment 28 has already been debated, and I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 28.
Moved.
Amendment proposed as an amendment to Amendment 27. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Board members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Pat Cackney and Daniel McCrossan. Tellers for the noes, Diane Dodds and Harry Harvey. Again, I remind members of the requirement for social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seats? Order. Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted, 56 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. We now return to Amendment 27. And the question is that Amendment 27 as amended is made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? This is completely new. Order, members. Members resume the seat. I'll ask the clerk to read the result. Oh, sorry, am I confused? Apologies. Jump forward a little bit there. Oh, yeah. So the following tellers have been appointed tellers for the ayes: Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes: Diane Dawes and Harry Harvey. And again, I would remind members the requirement for social distancing during the division. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members resume their seat, please. Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. Before I put the question, the next question on Clause 7 as amended stand part, I remind members that as we have debated the member and the minister's opposition to Clause 7 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. All those in favour say aye. No. Contrary no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed tellers for the ayes: Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes: Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Again, I remind members to maintain social distancing, clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, Noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Would members resume their seat, please? Clerk, read the result.
86 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
The clause as amended stands part of the bill. The clause as amended stands part of the bill. Unfasten the doors. I will not call Amendment 29 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 27 or Clause 7 as drafted, which has been made. Amendment 30 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 30.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 11, leave out and insert words as printed in the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? And Harry Harvey, tellers for the noes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Again, I remind you to maintain social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
87 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 49 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment is negative. The amendment is negative. Amendment 31 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 31.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 12, leave out insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed: tellers for the ayes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw; tellers for the noes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Again, maintain social distancing, clear the lobbies, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members, will members resume their seat, please? And clerk, please read the result.
Members voted. 55 members voted aye. 29 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 32 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 32.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 13. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 32 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour? Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Diane Dodds and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Again, members maintain social distancing. Clear the lobbies. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members. Would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
4 members voted. 38 members voted aye. 46 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment is negatived. The amendment is negatived. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 33 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 33.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 13, inserts words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 33 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Again, members, remind you to maintain social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment is negatised. The amendment is negatised. Amendment 34 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 34.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 13. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 34 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? And I would encourage members, if they wish to supply tellers, to speed the whole process up, and it will save us all time. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Harry Harvey and Robin Newton. Tellers for the noes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Again, members, maintain social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members, would members resume their seat? Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment is negative.
The amendment is negatised. The amendment is negatised. 35. Amendment 35 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 35.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 14. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 35 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Harry Harvey and Diane Dodds. Tellers for the noes, Chris Little and Paula Bradshaw. Again, members, ask you to maintain social distancing. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment is negatised. The amendment is negatised. Unfasten the doors. So 36 here. Amendment 36 has already been debated. I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 36.
Move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 3, line 16. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes: Andrew Muir and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes: Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Again, members, maintain social distancing, clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Would members resume their seats, please? Clerk, please read the result.
83 members voted, 54 members voted aye, and 29 members voted no. The amendment is carried.
The amendment is carried. The amendment is carried. Unfasten the doors. I would ask members to just take their ease for a few moments as we change staff at the table.
Okay, members. Didn't want to disturb your happiness there. Okay, members. Amendment 37 has already been debated. I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 37.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 22, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 37 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 38 has already been debated. And I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 38.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 22, insert words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 38 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 39 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 39.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 3, line 23, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 39 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Okay. Tellers for the ayes are Andrew Muir and Paula Bradshaw. Tellers for the noes, Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
83 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The amendment is carried.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Unfasten the doors, please. Amendment 40 has already been debated, and I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 40.
Not moved.
Not moved. Amendment 41 has already been debated. I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 41.
Not moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Just on straight to 8, isn't it? Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the members' opposition to Clause 8, stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 8, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Andrew Muir and Paula Bradshaw. And tellers for the noes are Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
83 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause stands part of the bill.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Amendment 42 has already been debated, and I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 42.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 9, page 4, line 14. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 42 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has already been debated, and I call Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 43.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 9, page 4, line 18. Leave out and insert words on the print as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Amendment 44 has already been debated. I call Mr. Jim Allister to move formally Amendment 44.
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the Minister's opposition to Clause 9 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 9, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers for the ayes are Chris Little and Andrew Muir. Tellers for the noes are Robin Newton and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The clause stands part of the bill as amended.
The clause stands part of the bill as amended. Unfasten the doors, please. Members, that concludes consideration of... Sorry about that. Okay, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I'm getting carried away with the prospect of getting released again. I will not call Amendment 45 as it is mutually exclusive with Clause 9 standing part of the bill. And members, that does conclude consideration of Group 3 and I propose to adjourn tonight until tomorrow morning at 10:30. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you everybody for your contributions and patience.
Is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed? This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.